Preparing, okay.
To download.
Mama? Well, we have shared some vision. Okay, so maybe we just open like our tab and we share it. So download, I think you can be here. Yeah. There is no access to my phone. Okay.
Access.
Access to your work. Okay. Okay.
Grazie.
But it's not shared yet. We have
Yeah,
to
it's
send
not
we
shared.
share it with Zoom.
Yes. Condividi.
Pietro e Matteo? Ah, perfetto, grazie. Elnas, Gabriele, sai come attivare e come attivare?
La YouTube è già attiva.
Ah, YouTube e Zoom? Anche attivo, perché Giorgio... Ah, Giorgio è qui! E perché lo dico che Giorgio deve essere qui? Perché per questa conferenza le volevo dare certificato, ma per avere certificato deve seguire simulazione. Ragazzi, allora ce l'abbiamo? Yes. Is it working now? So, what was the problem of this? What was the problem of this? Yes, so, because you want to take it down, I would like to attach, if you could make it. Let me just, Anna? No. Thank you very much for coming. So we have, so as you know, so this is the third day of the conference dedicated. The conference is on energy transition, sustainability and development, future development, and so on. So I have for you two simulations which are very easy, but you have to work a little bit on this. So I will explain exactly what I will explain you exactly what you need to do. We have coffee at 11, so I will explain what to do. I will divide you into groups, and then we work on the part the part that you have to argue. And then we meet at 11:30, so we will have coffee at 11. Do you think about? Yes, but at 11 we will have coffee because the coffee bar is closed. So the bar that is in front of Tigella Bella offers, doesn't offer, but obviously it's for free. No, it doesn't offer. It doesn't offer for free. So what you have to do? So for today, you have two simulations. Well, we have coffee, then we have lunch, and in the afternoon we have another simulation on different issues. So I would like you to be to understand what you want to do, and it was very important that you don't prepare. So that's why Madison asked me, do we have to prepare? No, you don't have to prepare. It's now that you have to think about and you have to make sense of this. I would like the list of students that are attending. The list of students that, because just I need for some records, and I hope you will have fun doing this. So what happens here? So the European Union is revising energy efficiency directive. So as I was telling to my students, efficiency, super important, efficiency in everything. So whatever we do, we should be very efficient. So at the beginning on the board, you have what's the purpose of this simulation. So what you would know, so you don't know now, but you will know in the end of the session. So the scenario is that the European Union is revising its energy efficiency directive to meet climate neutrality goals. And here we need to think about things like, for instance, new Biden energy efficiency targets, financing mechanisms, so who finances, for instance, and the problem. So, okay, the EU will come with some sort of law, but it would be costly. Of course, it will be costly. It would be costly because we need to change certain things, certain parameters. We have to adjust old, sometimes infrastructure and so on to meet what the directive says. And then we have the European Union is revising this directive. We will also think about social protection for vulnerable households. Who is vulnerable? Who is vulnerable? Waste areas. Who is vulnerable here? Professor Krasniewski, who is vulnerable here? Well, there would be some. Yes, so there would be some elderly that they have very low pension and they cannot adjust because it's costly. Who also is vulnerable? Who's vulnerable? No. Guys, I know, yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, stateless, of course, because they are vulnerable per se. Also, yes. What?
Who wants to talk? It is working.
Yes, excellent. So finally, the teaching that we didn't get to this. So I think that when we go for a break, do you know the presentation of Professor Ignacio about Venezuela, because it is on the YouTube. Maybe instead of asking Damiano that is maybe we could put this. So what we have some roles, and I would like you to take. So if you give me a piece of paper of who is here with the full name and so on. So then we will see about some actors. So students represent different EU actors in negotiating final text. So we negotiate the final text, but as we know, for instance, Professor Kwaśniewski, Poland was opposing many initiatives on the package, for instance, 55. So not only Poland was opposing, and then you can think why, what were the reasons? So you have to find out. So no preparation before, and the role will be, for instance, so we will have little groups, and let's start with this. So my three, let's say, how many I have? How many
groups?
How many groups? Yes, I'm saying two.
We have 16 students.
We have 16 students.
Yes.
Excellent. So we have 6 groups.
Yes.
We have 6 groups.
70. Yes.
17. So we have to 17 students. I need your names and right. So yes, 6 groups. So 17.
So of
So
3-person groups.
3-person in groups, we will be 18. So it will be one group for right. So Gabriel, Nelson, they are European Commission. So European Commission is extreme or has been at least because now I would say the LinkedIn is in crisis. You know, it's in crisis because especially with the cost of energy and so on. We know where we cannot achieve all the time, but we were in the European Commission, and here you have the priorities of the European Commission, which are yes, absolutely. I have this relation for everybody, just only didn't yes, this is what is it? 2, and when you have 3, yes. 4. So this is so we said 2 or 3 people. So maybe some yes, so you are the European Commission. On the paper, you have the priorities. So this is what you want to achieve. Okay? This is what you want to achieve. Next group, here you are in European part. Is it okay? So here again, you will make it clear, yes, to make it clear, under the European Parliament, you need to, what's your goal? So your goal is to protect citizens and ensure social fairness. And here you say national reduction, energy poverty, easy energy poverty. And speak a little bit. So you have your little phone. Just find out on this.
Polish group.
Okay, Polish group.
Yeah.
Shall we give to Polish the Polish group?
Yes. Group number.
What's and us. And we didn't know how to push this I think it is. I don't know. There is something that we see. Yes, I didn't know why there's a thing.
It's difficult because about Germany and Spain.
Because of the
Germany, Spain, and NGOs, Polish.
yes, so what we have, Alex?
And let's look at Germany, for very difficult.
Germany is difficult. Any connection to But you theory, so you want to change? You want to change? So somebody would go with Anna. Anna, with Gabriele. You know Gabriele? Ma non Gabriele, because Gabriele is very crazy. So I'm asking Gabriele, and he would what else we have? Yes. I believe. Ale nie sprawdzam, po prostu się kończy. So just prepare now before. Then go. Okay, prepare just now for coffee.
Okay. Coffee, food, mówią.
Ja mam dla niej,
Mamy studenci przy powrocie. Ale mamy dużo z tym, bo ja się przez 17 lat.
Yes. Okay, all this, one must find out. Telephone, everything. Is this all clear? Professor Krasniewski is going to help you, each group. You help each group, help them what they have to do because they are not so familiar with simulation. So in the end, you will present for 10 minutes the arguments, for instance, the arguments of the Polish group. The Polish group should provide us the arguments in favor what Poland wants and why this proposal is not meeting what the Poland wants. Okay? 10 minutes.
Później będzie z tym
Dobrze. Ale zrobiłam akcję, nie? Co?
Czyli tak zgadnąłeś propozycję. A co ty teraz?
Bo ja tak mówię, że tak przejdzie, spałeś?
Dobrze. Cudownie. Gratuluję, spałem się.
Teraz ja chciałam, jak pójdziemy na tę kawę, jak pójdziemy na tę kawę i cioce po kawie, oni po prostu słuchaj, czy ty wiesz, że if I know it's so curious, I thought it would be that. So here, you know better what my good was my passion. Here I need to go to what? Here to go to number. Here. Okay. Giorgio! Giorgio!
Prof, sono qua, eccomi.
Carissimo, deve preparare 10 minuti di piccolo discorso.
Già preparato. I just finished to prepare it. I'm very fast.
In quale gruppo è?
Ah, okay, amazing. So I have to send something on the group.
Lo aggiungiamo un gruppo. Ja tu mam tą tutaj prezentację. Czekaj. Tu mi Damiano Ignacio speech. On mi mi ha mandato questo link che dovrebbe menzionare dovrebbe funzionare. E quando andiamo per il caffè, io lo volevo mettere questo discorso. Mettiamo così si ricorda e io non devo understand what I mean. If you put here to play, you don't want to interrupt the stream with that programming now on YouTube. Okay, you want it? No, we can bring the lunch. So we're going to do the and then we go for lunch. Even Martin is going to give a short lecture.
Yes.
After the lecture. Do it in 25 minutes because you need something. So about 40 minutes. Yeah. Okay. For now, forward it to me. Otherwise, okay. And he's going to give this will be reports. This will be recorded. And then we will attach images of this report, and then you will be in the next meeting. Okay? So, much help them to chłopaki pod kontrolą mają. Wszystko pod kontrolą. Weź i zobacz, nie ma na miesiąc.
Już grupy mamy podzielone.
No tak, ale ja mam za certyfikat. Tak, listy, tak, żeby zrobić. Czekaj, co to jest? Nie jest sprawiedliwa symulacja. Za 4 to jest dobra symulacja. No to było nie po pierwszej symulacji. Weź ten i weź i
No, może sobie już.
Pani Michale, Panie Michale, ma pan długopis? Tak?
All of the people gave us new names, they are once we are. We told me that. Yeah, this is for the understanding. Marching, and I was already this country. This is it was very good. Like something wiesz, tak. Ale załatwiło mnie i znowu będzie na kawę za mało, ale nie tutaj chyba.
Czego ma? Ale no już trudno, ale już tam kawa nie kosztuje.
Ja chciałabym, żeby to się wrócili. Masz to ja właściwie to chciałabym wrócić za to, że to wiesz, ja sam dobrałam tylko między nie pozwolą mi na różne rzeczy. Ale myślę, że pośredniocznie, nie? Weź tam. Weź się, bo ja wrzeszczę, weź się i pewnie, bo ja dla niej mam ten certyfikat, no ale on...
To ja najwyżej deklarował.
No, nie, to nie o to chodzi, ale ona tu miała być, miała dać, tylko mieliśmy prezentujesz, no ona tu miała być, to było najważniejsze dla korespondentów. I robić to. Jest tak, że to and for the rest of this it's connected to 4 or 5. No, the one name there is like it's just this is how to Nicola, I don't know why, because the person did this for. So I just want to do those. Gorligi will then do address our students believe and so many of them are making like more time. But not only because of the question, but since they don't know which is like yesterday with this guy. I think to begin now, next way to he said, okay, you she this is when she the rules studies. Even if problem is but the knowledge you can always tomorrow morning but the company yes, I think it's tomorrow morning we'll find because they want to be if you call me. So we can count and 12 minutes because I will just and she and I will be waiting for you. But you have an appointment with you or not. You can say that I'm experienced as a meeting from 12 onwards. I will be for the next visit on Monday. But something that is but you can consider from the world only, because I'm not going to okay? Not easy to decide. No, ale przyjedzie czy nie?
Ona nie jest nie wysoka.
Jeszcze certyfikat musi być.
Której to może być?
Nie, to certyfikat będzie to simulation. Będzie projektowana. Potem oczywiście się, jak ale oczywiście na gra, to będzie na tym, to będziemy się pokażesz panu się on to przygotował, a wiesz, zrealizowaliś to będzie to będzie, więc nie to będzie, weźmiemy to pod polem w wykładzie damy Ignacja na poziomie albo bo Ignacy cało to jest na screenie, więc jego nie możemy tak zrobić, że ja wytłumaczyłem, on mi nazwał. Giorgio! Giorgio! Giorgio!
Ah, eccomi, sì, sono qua.
So which group you want to be? Because I told you that because you were attending this conference online, I want to give you a certificate. So I want
Oh, thank you so much. To be honest, for me, I mean, there is any difference. Whatever you choose for me, I easily adapt. First, second, by the way, I'm not there in presence. It's a bit hard to understand what they are discussing about.
Right. So read this. So you will be in group and you have to argue. You have to argue the position of the state. Do you like what sort of country that you have here you like?
My God.
There is no Italy. No, there is no Italy. It doesn't have the...
I was not there when they discussed about the countries, Prof. So okay, I don't know which country.
I'm going to explain you the answer, but let's move this because he doesn't see Elmas. 1 second. Elmas, where is Elmas?
I mean, I prepared like a discussion about.
Well, this is the simulation, and sort of 11:20, we are arguing the position of different countries. Move it. So I have 2 ideas. That first of all, Elmas is going to send you the simulation. How to move this?
Nats, where do you want to send it? Oh, amazing. Wait, I didn't read it before. Was not present. Wait, Nats, I don't see.
This one is the one Martin sent me.
This is the Martin thing.
Yes.
I thought it was a simulation, so that's why he doesn't understand. Send him the simulation. Watch which clue. He is going to argue Italy. So send him the simulation. He is going to argue Italy. So this is what Martin invented, and it was a great idea. So if you can, yes, I thought it was a simulation on the board. So
No.
But do you have a copy of simulation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Scan and I will send you.
Yes. So you will get the simulation in 5 seconds, and you will have like some time to reflect what would be the position of Italy. So the European Commission wants to pass a directive, the new directive on efficiency. And there will be somebody who will be talking about European Commission. There would be someone who will be talking about the position of European Parliament. Germany, why Germany doesn't want this directive, what are the reasons? We have some other countries, but we don't have Italy. And Marcin invented, very rightly so, Professor Kaczynski invented that you could argue Italy. So under each country, you have some reasons why they don't agree, what they want. They want money, they want from the European Union. So find something on Italy. Why Italy would not like a new efficiency directive?
Okay, perfect.
Yes, so and now you are getting this because I thought that you see the what is this? She's sending you the simulation, the text, and you are Italy, and just on the phone, on the computer, find some reason and tell us in 5 minutes why Italy would not like this directive, why Italy would disagree. You bright guy, you will make it. Yes, Elmas will explain.
And do you can you send me your email, Giorgio? Giorgio,
Yeah, sì, subito. I do immediately.
please send me your email.
Yes, take it. It's here.
Yes.
Sure. Babe, this is Fiume Arno.
What?
Fiume Arno.
Are you still access to your are you still access to have access to your UniPV email?
No anymore, Elnas. I finished university like 3 years ago, and after I did another second master. So I don't have it anymore. I have this
Okay,
email.
I will share with you, okay, because internet is not working.
Okay. I don't know, or take my number, write on WhatsApp. It's the same for you. Thanks.
Yeah, you need flexible finance. So they have to receive this or implement all of this.
Can you see it? Giorgio, can
Yes,
you see it?
yes, Elnas. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
He generated where the coffee bar slow so much and you discuss but like I just not know. So they are artificial intelligence. But if the part of this thing for so artificial for research, artificial intelligence help and we can start measuring before which one. Discuss of this because we will have like Giorgio, did Giorgio get and understand his task?
I understood very well.
And you are preparing this?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, fabulous. So we are going for coffee, knowing the Italian time. So we are going to present in 20 minutes because usually the coffee lasts 20 minutes,
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so you have 20 minutes. We are going for coffee, and we are.
Dispute. No,
I am near the normality.
Super.
Amazing.
Okay, Giorgio.
Thank you very much. So I will reconnect in 20 minutes.
Okay. Because I would like to give you a certificate. Okay.
Amazing. Bye, Prof.
Andiamo bene anche. Dopo.
A dopo.
Yes. Okay. Artificial intelligence. Don't believe me. Hello. So we can put afterwards this when we want to. Yes.
Yeah, that's one.
Yes.
For example, yes.
Non prendiamo iniziative personali.
Questo è il contesto più strano in cui abbiamo studiato insieme a una lezione di farmacia, a psicologia. Sì.
Cioè, partecipando da dire.
الناس سلام خبيث.
So thank you for coming. Yes, thank you for coming. Martin, we need, so all new girls, artificial intelligence, where would you have artificial intelligence? You need to give me your email, but really write twice that I don't make a mistake, because I would like to provide you a certificate. So I need to know where to send it. Artificial intelligence, that's excellent topic for, so just put some stuff in it, because just, yes. So shall we start? Gabriele put. Yes,
Which groups you can join?
Which group she wants to join?
Somebody who's doing PR.
Yes, go to with the girls on the artificial intelligence. They are bright and yes. Giorgio, I told you that it's going to be stop. But what would I do? So now we have my. Now, because if this works, you can say, okay, once a second. Hello, no, it doesn't work. Works. Yeah, okay. So you can say there, if you want to come, I mean, maybe if you want to come, if you go. No, because like this, just in front of camera, you have some people. Because the camera is here. So it shows.
So let's start first group, European Commission, very important stakeholders in energy sector. Floor yours, guys.
Let's give close maybe some.
Does it work? No.
It works.
I guess so.
That's also.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We start.
Super, and yes, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are the European Commission, and we stand at a critical crossroad in our climate journey. For decades, the conversation around sustainability has been focused on the source of our energy. But today we champion a parallel, undeniable truth. The cleanest, cheapest, and most secure form of energy is one that is never used in the first place. This is the foundational logic behind the updated energy efficiency directive, and it centers on one definite historical mandate: 40% reduction in Europe's total energy footprint by 2030. To understand why the 40% target is so crucial, we must stop viewing energy efficiency as a passive or checklist savings. Energy efficiency is an active, high-yield resource. It is the first line of defense in our economy and our planet. We cannot build renewable energy infrastructure fast enough to outpace the wasteful consumption. Every unit of energy we save through efficiency reduces the total capacity of wind and solar we need to construct, drastically accelerating our path to net zero emissions. Finally, this is also a matter of our security and economic sovereignty. The geopolitical shocks of recent years have proven how vulnerable Europe is to volatile foreign fossil fuel supplies. This target acts as a structural shield by reducing our collective final energy consumption, and it can help insulate our industries, businesses, and civilians from global energy blackouts and price strikes. Efficiency keeps our capital inside Europe, funding green jobs and reducing our dependence on foreign oil and gas fields. Finally, this target is a tool for social justice. Millions of families across Europe face energy poverty every winter, living in poorly insulated homes. Efficiency directly addresses this inequality, and it is a permanent mechanism to lower utility bills and improve standards of living across millions of vulnerable citizens. So first, the governments cannot demand sacrifice from citizens if they do not challenge themselves. Public authorities should be legally mandated to reduce their energy use by 1.9% annually and reallocate 3% of their building floor spaces each year. Our town halls, schools, and public hospitals should become the living, breathing footprints of a highly efficient future. Additionally, this significant effort requires legally binding energy savings agreements and mandatory building renovations. And I will pass it to my colleagues to discuss these pillars further.
Honorable ministers and distinguished members of the parliament, we're here today to confront uncomfortable truth. The European Green Deal cannot succeed on electric cars and solar panels alone. Currently, our buildings consume 40% of all energy in the European Union and generate 36% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Nearly 75% of Europe's building stock remains energy efficient, by only 1% undergoes renovation each year. At this stage, climate neutrality by 2050 will remain a slogan on the strategy. We are literally hitting the atmosphere through leaky windows, uninsulated roofs, and outdated fossil fuel system. To ignore our buildings is to surrender the climate targets, defense of inequalities, and prolong Europe's dangerous dependence on volatile foreign gas market. The European Commission, we know that happened. This is why the gas energy performance of building directive is not merely environmental legislation, it's an economic modernization plan, social protection mechanism, and a geopolitical reasons. First, let us speak about the energy problem. Today, more than 40 million Europeans cannot afford to keep their homes warm during winter. For that, renovation is not an equal luxury reserved for elites. It's sort of safety net. Better insulation, efficient heating systems, and lower energy consumption mean permanently lower utility bills for vulnerable families. A renovated home is not only greener, it's healthier, safer, and cheaper to live in. Second, we must address the structural failure known as the split incentive problem. Landlords on the home buildings attend as pay the energy bills. As a result, property owners often lack incentive to invest in insulating heat pumps or efficiency upgrades, while tenants have neither the legal authority nor the financial capacity to renovate the buildings themselves. This imbalance cannot continue. The Commission therefore supports mechanisms such as on-bill financing, targeted renovation funds, and conditional incentives tied to actual energy upgrades. Public support must modernize buildings without triggering unjustified rent spikes or social displacement. Third, we must recognize the reality of the ignored public debate. The cleanest building is often the one that already exists. Too many developers present demolition and reconstruction as a green solution, but we must distinguish operational carbon from embodied carbon. Operational carbon comes from heating and electricity use, and embodied carbon comes from producing cement, steel, glass, and transporting construction material. Demolishing functioning structures and replacing them with supposedly green complexes can generate enormous carbon emissions before a single light is even switched on. Renovation, retrofit, and adaptive reuse are therefore not only economically rational, they are functional policies. The Commission proposal established clear and necessary targets. All new public buildings must become zero emission by 2028 and all new buildings by 2030. Member states must reduce the average private energy use of residential building by at least 16% by 2030 and between 20 and 22% by 2035, with particular focus on the 43% water performing homes. For non-residential buildings, at least efficient 16% as we upgraded by 2030 and 26% by 2033. And yes, fossil fuel subsidies must end. Europe cannot finance its own dependence of revenue. The phase out of fossil fuel boilers by 2040 is not ecological extremism, it's an economic reality. At the same time, we understand the importance of flexibility during transition periods. Hybrid systems and national implementation pathways can support a pragmatic and super balanced transformation. We're not demanding identical renovations in every street, kilowatt, or member states. We're demanding results. Countries will retain flexibility in deciding which buildings to prioritize, provided they collectively achieve the agreed energy reduction objectives. Historical buildings, agricultural structures, and specific military facilities never receive carefully designed exceptions were justified. But let's be clear. Flexibility cannot become an excuse for paralysis. Every year of delay locks European citizens into higher bills, weaker energy security, and escalating climate costs. And every renovation completed creates local employment. It cannot be outsourced. Engineers, electricians, construction workers, architects, salaries, and small businesses across Europe. These directives are for a part of the European economy. It's an investment in Europe's resilience, sovereignty, and competitiveness. Members of the Parliament, future generation will not ask whether our targets were politically comfortable. They will ask whether we acted when the evidence was undeniable. The Commission has presented a framework that is ambitious, socially conscious, and economically achievable. Now we set cooperation, not deal with it. Thank you.
Great pleasure to be here in the negotiation of the Energy Efficiency Directive. So I'm talking about strong monitoring and enforcement, which is important for the European Commission. So monitoring and enforcement are handled primarily through the regulation of the governance of the Energy Union and climate actions and the European Climate Law, which create the legal structure for the accountability. Here is how the strong monitoring and enforcement of the Green Deal function in practice. So about the monitoring mechanisms, the European Union uses a current cycle of planning and reporting to track progress, like the national energy and climate plans, where each member state is required to develop and implement these 10 years integrated plans. These plans serve as the primary vehicle for showing how each country will contribute to the European Union-wide 2030 and the 2050 climate targets. Governance regulation, in which this regulation mandates the member state report regularly on the progress their progress. We use these reports along with data from the European Environment Agency to track whether the European Union is on the right trajectory. The European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change that provides independent expert assessments to ensure that European Union policy remains aligned with the latest scientific evidence and the Paris Agreement. We, as the European Commission, keep maintaining a monitoring framework that tracks progress towards environmental and climate goals, such as greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy share, and energy efficiency. About the enforcement mechanism, enforcement occurs at different levels, ranging from individual legal consequences to state level accountability. As I said previously, the European Commission, so us, has a role of supervisor of the treaties. If a member state fails to transpose European Union directives into national law or fails to meet its binding obligations, the Commission can launch a formal infringement proceeding. This can ultimately lead to cases before the European Court of Justice. Many individual regulations within the Green Deal package have their own importance. For example, the European Union emission trading system, where operators of industrial plants for aircraft who fail to surrender the necessary carbon allowance face significant financial penalties, like 100 per ton or of CO2 equivalents. Or like effort sharing regulations, these assign binding annual emission targets to member states for non-ATS sectors, like transport or buildings. If a country misses its targets, it must take corrective actions or purchase emissions allocation from other member states. Recent regulations have shifted from enforcement toward the private sector. Tools like Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism mandate that companies and importers must report data or pay labor advice with no compliance, resulting in market access restrictions or fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, and sorry. Sorry, just to conclude our section, building a more efficient Europe is not a restriction on our economic growth. It is an upgrade to our civilization. It transforms our buildings and systems from carbon liabilities into high-performing assets. It shifts our businesses from energy wasters to global green innovation leaders. Let us collaborate across industries, regions, borders to build a more efficient, secure, and resilient Europe. Thank you so much.
Really, there is another simulation, you know. So it's not, but now you are an expert of simulation. I will say, please just do the simulation when I ask. You don't need me anymore for the simulation. Guys, the second group.
European Parliament.
Yes, just talk to the microphone. Yes, European Parliament.
Second group about European Parliament, main stakeholder in energy justice in Europe. One goal of European Parliament is protect citizens in all countries in Europe.
Honorable colleagues, distinguished delegates, and representatives of the Commission. Today, the European Parliament approaches this revision with a clear position. Europe needs ambitious energy efficiency targets, but these targets must protect citizens, reduce inequality, and strengthen social fairness. Energy efficiency is not only a technical issue. It is not only about buildings, industry, or statistics. It is about people's homes, people's bills, and people's ability to live with dignity. If we ask citizens to support the green transition, then we must make sure that this transition does not become another financial burden for those who are already struggling. The European Parliament therefore supports new binding energy efficiency targets. Reducing energy waste means reducing dependence on imported energy, lowering the loss in the long term, and making our economy more resilient. However, ambition alone is not enough. Binding targets must be matched with binding social protection. Therefore, our first priority is the reduction of energy poverty. Across Europe, many households are already facing high energy bills, poor housing conditions, and limited access to efficient heating or insulation. For these citizens, energy efficiency is not an abstract policy goal. It is the difference between a warm home and an unaffordable bill. That is why I propose that member states must prioritize vulnerable households, low-income families, pensioners, tenants, and people living in inefficient housing when implementing energy efficiency measures. Our second priority is fair and accessible funding. Many citizens support energy renovation in principle, but they cannot afford the upfront costs. A wealthy household can invest today and benefit tomorrow. A vulnerable household often cannot. Therefore, the European Parliament proposes stronger financing mechanisms, including direct grants, targeted subsidies, and zero interest loans. For the most vulnerable households, support should not be based on the loans, because this risks creating more debt. In these cases, public funding must cover most or all of the renovation costs. We also propose that a fixed share of EU and national energy efficiency funding should be reserved specifically for vulnerable households and social housing. This would ensure that support reaches the citizens who need it most, rather than only those who already have the resources to apply for complex needs. Our third priority is consumer rights and transparency. Citizens must clearly understand what they are paying for, what they're saving, and what financial support is available. Energy bills, renovation contracts, and subsidy schemes are often too complex. This creates confusion and mistrust. The European Parliament therefore calls for stronger transparency rules. Energy providers, landlords, and renovation companies must provide clear information on prices, expected savings, contract conditions, and available public support. Moving on to the fourth priority. Okay, our next priority is to make sure that social fairness is built into the private systems. Member states should not only report to tolerance and legacy, they should also reflect the benefits of the citizens. However, the households receive support, our energy bills is only for low-income families, are not protected. This question is not required of the quality plans. Energy efficiency policies should be relevant. At the same time, the European Parliament recognizes the importance of industrial competitiveness. European industry must remain strong during the green transition. Energy efficiency will help companies reduce costs, modernize production, and complete global. Our industrial network produce national. Public money should favor companies that invest in new areas of innovation, production, and fair working conditions. Effectiveness in other powers gives you exposure protection. For this reason, we support industrial competitiveness safeguards to give local and social conditions. If trade transition means supporting both workers and businesses, it means helping European industry become cleaner and more efficient without sacrificing jobs needed for citizens' rights. European government's position is clear. We support ambitious and private energy efficiency in private. We support strong financing mechanisms. We support the best investors in the industry, but above all, we insist that this vision must protect citizens. The green transition will only succeed if citizens see it as a direction and not punishment. We must reduce fuels to the complete inequality. It must improve homes, not creating burdens. And it must support vulnerable households, not leaving them behind. The European Parliament welcomes the Commission's proposal for guaranteeing 40% energy efficiency improvement. This target is important for reducing energy waste, lowering the economics, and burning energy, supporting fire flows, and protecting Europe from future energy crisis. However, the Parliament believes that the project cannot be successful if citizens suffer and low state costs. The 40% improvement will require improvements in housing, cleaning appliances, public buildings, and industry. Without strong social measures, this will decrease pressure on low-income households, parents, elderly people, and families affected by energy bills. This support of energy efficiency targets doesn't provide for transition and practicality. A 30% target is too weak and risks undermining various goals, while 30% target may place too much pressure on member states in creating resistance. The 75% target allows us to make EU progress in reducing emissions, lowering energy costs in the long term, and strengthening Europe's energy security while still remaining economically feasible. However, our vision alone is not enough. We must protect vulnerable households through subsidies, working training, and fair funding mechanisms, so that no citizen is left behind in this transition. Europe needs to guarantee that its ambitions, realistic, and socially just. For this reason, the European government supports safeguard versus compromise. Therefore, we call for a vision based on two principles: ambition, fairness, and solidarity.
ambition for Europe's climate and energy goals, brings the consumers and households, solidarity with the most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Now, yes, what's the next group?
Next group is Polish group. So we have 4 groups, country groups, third groups, Polish. So, guys.
Nie powiem, czy to zrobimy. Staramy się. Lecimy sobie, oczywiście. A? Jak ksiądz. A, to mówicie o jedno? Sure. So that so Poland is this negotiation for the argument, codependent economy, and our main goal is to protect the energy security and Poland give the energy strategy. Poland is not against the transition. We understand that the energy efficiency, the low emission, and the climate policies are important for the future of Europe. However, Poland starts from a different position than the EU countries. And for many years, our energy system, industry, and regions have been strongly connected with coal. That's why Poland believes that the transition must be realistic, affordable, and socially fair. So the climate ambition cannot create energy security, unemployment, or social benefits. And our position is simple: we support the energy transition, but it must protect the energy security, jobs, and all of citizens. Yeah, so for all energy efficiency, it's not only about saving use. It means huge investments in power grid, building regulation, renewable energy storage, new technologies, and support for households and companies. This is a serious challenge because Poland has seen developed from coal for decades. We cannot simply coastal our plants or for certified purpose without stable alternatives. Energy security must remain a priority. If the transition is too fast or expensive, it may reduce energy prices for citizens and companies. It may also create pressure on industry and reduce public support for climate policy. That is why Poland believes that EU targets must be ambitious, but also realistic. We can support compromise, but only if it is connected with proper financing and flexible implementation. So our argument is ambitious about financing is not a real policy. It's only for the corporate.
Okay. So in Poland, coal is not only an energy source, and in the region, like the Silesia, the coal is really connected with the local employment, with the history simply, and with the somehow like social identity, and many people. Just like Silesia, are not working only in the mines, but also in the companies and services connected with the coal sector. And in Poland we have one company called Amur, which was the coal company, and now they are doing some parts of the funds on the wind farms. And this is just a good example of the company which were transformed. And if the transition is too fast or planned badly, the coal regions may face unemployment, social problems, and economic decline. And also in Poland, we have a good example. We have a city called Wałbrzych, and where the mining were closed, and we will see that the unemployment and the poverty just explode. So just transition cannot mean only closing mines and coal power plants. It must also mean creating new jobs for the retiring workers, and it needs to support the local businesses and investing in new industries in coal regions. And believe me, I'm probably the biggest hater of the coal on this call, but we just cannot fire 100,000 people from day to day. And yeah, our argument is just transition cannot mean these coal regions pay the highest social price of the EU climate policy.
Yeah, we also the need for EU funding and flexibility and Poland to take part in the transition. But we need tools that much more make sure and the same energy efficiency targets and have very different consistency with the countries. And for students take it's not really easier. I can get it because they are independent of all. And more expensive. And that is why funding is central. The Poland is yes, would be the renovation, the grid modernization, and the renewable energy, and the storages, and the economic development in the core regions. However, the economic development is not enough. Poland also with flexibility, and it means that realistic deadlines, separate mechanisms for qualifying in the different regions, and flexible compliance mechanisms for the countries with higher generation costs. And Poland is not asking to remove regional decay. Poland is asking for a realistic transition path that protect the energy security and the government. And we do not ask for the exemption from the transition. We are for the reasonable transition path.
Okay, that's all.
And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, right. We have another simulation. So once you have done one, another one is easier. The next one, Germany.
Yes.
So, and that's after really not want to use the importance of this directive or the European Union's efficiency objective. And we are fully the need to contribute to the EU 2030 agenda, but we would like to emphasize that German industrial economy is very important for the entire EU economy. And it's a large industrial economy in the EU. It's the EU's biggest exporter, and also many German companies, they buy components from across the whole Europe, including Poland, Italy. And as we know, our German economy is very dependent on the manufacturing sectors and energy-intensive industries, including like the fertilizer, the kind of industries. Yes, so we are facing structural competitiveness problem, especially since the 2022, the Russian oil reduced imported gas. And our electricity price is already much higher in the EU, and this situation won't be resolved as soon. Won't be resolved sooner because the expansion of the adoption of electrical vehicles and the expansion of the hydrogen products. So this was estimated to increase our future electricity demand. And compare with our international competitors like China, the United States, they gain advantage from cheaper share gas, lower electricity costs, and higher subsidies, especially United States. They gain so much subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act, and we have to point out there are many German companies, they are planning to relocate to other countries with cheaper costs. And so suddenly our the German industry, it hurt our German industry interests, it hurts the entire EU economy. And it's not just financial issue, it's a European issue. So now I have to my colleague.
Good and bad.
Okay, good, why not?
I heard a lot of nice words from the Commission and the Parliament, but we Germans are a little bit grounded in reality. Germany supports the EU energy efficiency goals, but the transition must not weaken industrial competitiveness. Under Article 194 of the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union, European energy policy must balance sustainability, energy security, and a competitive internal market. Like my colleague said, Germany's main concern is that heavy industries face rising costs and regulatory compliance. This can reduce investments and push production outside of Europe. Because of this, we Germans think that in order to offset the rising costs of the regulatory compliance, we need to increase incentives for technological innovation in order to maintain competitiveness. The focus should be on enabling companies to invest in efficient and low carbon technologies rather than relying mainly on prescriptive compliance measures. This, we can call this market approach, allows emissions reduction to go hand in hand with productivity gains, ensuring that decarbonization strengthen rather than undermines Europe's industrial base. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Commission, Parliament, and ministers now discuss the flexibility criteria. First of all, we know that the directive does not impose a single uniform for all member states to adapt the framework of the directive. So member states have their own plan on applying the directive theoretically, but however, the European Commission should take into consideration that first of all that Germany's federal structure for finances. So our country has the federal constitutional structure and energy efficiency measures involve the federal government, the Bundestag, the Länder, municipalities, public bodies, and housing authorities, also transport and the Deutsche Bank systems, and the industry. So a rigid compliance mechanisms would create disproportionate administrative burdens on our country and our different bodies of government, and we would face different coordination problems in such a short notice. Also, we demand that flexibility should support proportionality. So a flexible compliance is required by the principle of proportionality of the European Union and the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. So European Union applications should not go beyond what is necessary to achieve this objective. We're not asking for weaker targets, we're asking to reach the same targets through the least burdens of me, especially the industrial sector. And again, so Germany's industrial economy needs real estate sequences repetition keyboard machines. So we have large and sensitive, intensive industrial sector, including manufacturing vehicles, steel, and the automotive industry, in addition to now the current AI and data centers. So energy efficiency applications must be implemented in a way that supports industrial transformation, rather than damaging our competitiveness, employment, and investment stability. We have also developed building renovation and practical adaptation. So Germany's public building stock is large, diverse, and often managed by regional municipal authorities, again, or federal systems. So some buildings are well protected and technically difficult to adapt to the new directive or expensive to renovate. And we ask you for more flexibility to prepare investments to get the renovations. Also, we ask for more flexibility to get vulnerable sectors of our society, such as the households and the social type, which is social justice factor, is very important. So we need social awareness and energy efficiency measures, especially in household heating, especially after that nuclear Russia about war crisis can create most maintenance and low income households and immigrants. And if we implement the directive too rigidly, we must have to redesign support schemes. And because we're asking for a lot of flexibility, but flexibility in all cases is not being enforcement. So we emphasize that our compliance will not allow some of the flexibility that we're asking. And we know that the obligation will be really binding and measurable and subject to reporting, monitoring, and the commission oversight. Okay, so to reiterate what my colleagues said, again, honorable members of the European Commission and Parliament and listeners, we do not dispute the importance of the directive or the Union's energy efficiency objectives. We fully accept it, but we are ready to contribute to the European Union's 2030 targets. However, we submit that hosts for heavy industry, technological incentives, and compliance mechanisms must remain flexible, proportionate, and adaptive to national circumstances.
Great. Mark, and of course, they said that what's the next group?
Spain.
What country are you?
Spain.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the longest decades, and we're writing the city. And today we want to create a section not simple about technical regulation or percentage, but it's about the kind of work we want to deliver in the coming decades. It's about our economic resilience, our energy security, our social security, and our social responsibility to our future generations. So, as my colleagues said before, in recent years, Europe has faced major challenges: energy crisis, global instability, rising costs of living, and accelerating consequences of climate change. This crisis has shown us one fundamental dependence on inefficient energy system makes Europe more vulnerable economically, politically, and socially. So for Spain, energy efficiency is therefore not a secondary issue. It's one of the central pillars of our Europe future situation. Every unit of energy that we sell is a unit of energy that we do not need to import. Every renovated building reduces its emissions while lowering household energy bills.
investment in efficient infrastructure, strengthens European competitiveness and creates new economic opportunities. So Spain clearly believes that the European Union must adopt ambitious and leading energy efficiency targets. If Europe truly intends to achieve climate neutrality and maintain international credibility, we cannot afford half measures. For this reason, Spain supports the highest level of ambition currently under discussion. However, Spain also recognizes the ambition alone is not enough. The transition must also be realistic, socially sustainable, and economically balanced. So one of the greatest risks facing Europe today is the perception that climate policies benefit only certain regions, sectors, or social groups, while placing disproportionate burdens on others. If citizens again or associate the green transition with insecurity, inequality, or economic decline, public trust in European institutions will be weakened. So this is why Spain strongly supports the principle of a just transition. Energy efficiency policies must protect vulnerable households from rising costs and energy poverty. Families with lower incomes can be expected to carry the burden of renovation costs without assistance. Workers employed in sectors undergoing industrial transformation must not be abandoned. So they need retraining opportunities, social protections, and access to new forms of employment in the green economy. Climate policy without social policies is politically fragile. I will now hand over to my colleague, who will further explain Spain's position regarding finances, industrial competitiveness, and European cooperation. Thank you.
It was a speech.
Yes.
Yes.
So, thank you. So Spain believes that the transition toward greater efficiency should not seen as a threat to economic growth or industrial competitiveness. On the contrary, it represents an opportunity for modernization and innovation. So countries that invest in small grids, efficient building, renewable infrastructure, and green technologies will be the countries that lead European economy in the future. Europe has often demonstrated that its strength by transforming crisis into opportunity for innovation, and this moment should be approached in the same spirit. Spain, therefore, supports stronger European investment in mechanism and expansion of EU funding instruments, including the Just Transition Fund. The reason is simple. Not all member states possess the same physical capacity or economic structure. So the transition if the transition depends feasibly on national financing, inequalities within the European Union states will increase. Wealthier states will modernize faster, while more vulnerable states economies may struggle and to adapt. So European solidarity is therefore not only a moral principle, but it's also a practical necessity for the success of the transition itself. Spain supports the development of the public-private partnership capable of mobilizing investment on a larger scale. And the transformation we are discussing today cannot be achieved through the public resources alone, but cooperation between governments, European institutions, and private industry will be essential. At the same time, of course, we acknowledge that the concern expressed by member states with strong industry sector or greater dependence on national energy systems such as Poland and Germany. And Spain understands that industrial competitiveness is a legitimate concern, but we cannot ignore the risk of job losses, industrial relocation, or economic disruption. For this reason, Spain is prepared to discuss pragmatic flexibility mechanisms, including temporary exemption, innovation incentives, and gradual compliance standards for sectors facing the greatest structural challenges. But flexibility must not become paralysis. Temporary accommodation cannot undermine the credibility of Europeans' long-term climate objectives, and the purpose of flexibility should not should be facilitated transition, not indefinitely postponed. Distinguished delegates, this negotiation ultimately concern a broader question. Can Europeans demonstrate that environmental sustainability, economic prosperity, and social justice are compatible? Spain believes that this answer must be yes. Europe has historically progressed when it acts collectively rather than individually. Our greatest achievement from economic integration to the single market were possible because member states recognize that cooperation produces greater long-term benefit than fragmentation. The energy transition should be approached with the same logic. Not member states can fully address the climate change alone. No national economy can remain competitive in the long term by ignoring technological transformation, and no European citizens should be left behind in this transition. Today, we have the opportunity to show that the European Union remains capable of strategic vision and political compromise. So Spain comes to this negotiation ready to work constructively with all the delegations, and we are prepared to listen, to negotiate, and to seek balanced solutions. But we also believe that Europe must act with courage and ambition equal to the scale of the challenge before us. Future generations will not judge us solely by the complexity of our negotiation. They will judge us by whether we act decisively or when the action was necessary. Let us therefore choose cooperation over division, long-term vision over short-term hesitation, and solidarity over fragmentation. Spain stands ready to support a strong, fair, and forward-looking energy efficiency directive for the future of Europe. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Sorry. Because we have a strategy.
Are you going to strategy?
Yes, because we discussed with our Polish colleagues, and in general, we want to create a strong European strategy for that, and that's a strategy. So we want to collaborate with Commission and Parliament, and we try to create a European industry from the eastern part of Europe to the western parts like us, because it's important to create a strong Europe. Thank you.
Who expects? This is the last group?
Yes. Maybe Italy.
Italy. John,
Congratulations, guys. What I'm doing here, everyone has been amazing.
Giorgio, we can't hear you. Maybe yes, that's 1 full second. Talk now.
So let's start.
Can you listen?
Yes.
Amazing. Wait, I'm in the train. I'm trying to put in charge my phone. I hope I finish the topic before my phone dies. Nothing in general. Okay, I was a bit surprised about, and I prepared in few seconds. I think there are not too many things to talk about regarding Italy, because Italy is an European country, so it does not completely or can't neither completely oppose itself to the European energy efficiency directives. But in general, let's say that Italy has often tried to express some concerns about how some European Union climate and energy policies have been implemented until now. Why there are in some way some concerns? Because Italy, in general, has a large manufacturing sectors, particularly.
We can't hear you. Yes, maybe now. Okay. We couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Interrupted.
Ah.
The camera.
Yes,
Wi-Fi.
Switch off the camera, so then we will hear you better. I don't know why the communication. Giorgio, if you are coming back, come for the afternoon session, because I see that you are coming back to Padilla.
Okay. Giorgio, so next session.
Okay, so the girls, or because we cannot, yes, keep so yes, artificial intelligence, right, okay. Just thank him that we couldn't hear and we are the next.
Good morning, members of the Commission, the Parliament, and the representatives of the Member States. My colleague and I stand before you today representing the NGO coalition. We are here to discuss the Energy Efficiency Directive recast. But let us be clear about what we are actually debating in this room. We are not merely negotiating over bureaucratic percentages or debating administrative guidelines. We are discussing the EED recast because it is essentially Europe's systems update for climate survival. The operating system that powered the 20th century, built on infinite extraction and zero accountability, is failing. It is crushing our ecosystems, our weather patterns, and our future. It is crushing. We are currently. Sorry. We are currently. Okay. We are currently facing our unforgiving problem, and our objective function is absolute climate neutrality by 2050. And when you look at the raw data, when you run the absolute, and when you're,
No stress.
sorry.
Listen, to me, the Wi-Fi is not working. She's laughing by herself in the classroom. I don't know what is happening to this group.
What did he say?
And when you look at the raw data, when you run the model, the only metric, the only variable that can realistically solve this equation is finding 40% energy efficiency target. I know that there are proposals on the table for 30%. I know some of you are lobbying hard for 35%, arguing that we must be pragmatic and balance the books. But I urge you to recognize the fundamental flaw in that logic. Anything lower than 40% is not a compromise, it is an active decision to pay. If we aim for 30%, we are choosing to leave millions of tons of carbon in the atmosphere. We are choosing to let the global temperature rise past the 1.5 degree threshold. We can negotiate with the union, you can negotiate with the trade partner, but the physics does not negotiate. The atmosphere does not care about the political cycle. The melting ice sheets are not impressed by our procedure delay. Physics demands a 40% reduction, and therefore neither we can negotiate on this number. But a target without an engine is just a wish. We fully support maximum ambition, yes, but we demand a strong and compromising implementation framework to back it up. We need stringent monitoring, rigorous reporting, and real consequences for member states that fall behind. We cannot afford the luxury of voluntary contribution or indicative goals that look great in a press release, but dissolves the moment that they face domestic political friction. A binding 40% target forces innovation. It forces governments and industries to stop treating energy efficiencies as a nice-to-have moral victory and start treating it as the fundamental architecture of the European economy. It means retrofitting our built environment, redesigning our transport networks, and rethinking of how a modern civilization operates. The time for incremental adjustments passed 3 decades ago.
We have the technology, we have the capital, and we know exactly what the price. Let us have the political courage to write it into law. Thank you.
We need to face reality today. Our words must touch there and go. This is a little for political to clear the support progress. We want to hear, we need that, and we want to pronounce the words to compensate for this. But it's not an action. Growth can happen at the expense of our people, our families, or our governments. If big tech companies want to build their future in Europe, they must follow our rules. Hence, we have three strict demands. First, big data centers must move 100% renewable energy. Since AI megawatts use a massive amount of electricity. If we let them drain and power grids using coal and gas, they will ruin European loads. If you want to power the future, you must use clean energy. No clean power, no permission to be used. Second, companies must investigate exactly how much power and water they use. You cannot manage what you not measure. We will not set very order points for clever marketing. We demand real check and hours. This stops pay late and let governments and citizens hold technical giant accountable. Data centers must reduce the waste heat. These centers get incredibly hot, and right now that is just wasted in the air. We demand that we capture this heat and pump it into the local heating system to work with the slopes in the vapor. This starts a big pollution problem of free public plant. Business must innovate to expand, not just make higher profits. Tech growth is good, but cannot use our public resources without means in better. We are ready to say that supporting technology, but companies must spare their fair share. Show us the real data and in the future that needs everyone. Thank you. Thank you. So my colleagues just walked us through the hard science and the logic behind why ambition must be maximized. And I'm here to tell you something equally important, that maximizing this ambition cannot and must not mean disrupting the social system to get there. As we race towards the most efficient Europe, a silent crisis is already spreading through this continent like a slow leak, and that is energy poverty. Right now, millions of families are struggling and dreading the cold winter that comes. Single parents are staring at their utility bills, wondering what may happen next, running the calculation no human being should ever have to run. Heat or food. If our climate policy looks past those families, we haven't built a solution. We've engineered a different kind of issue. Upgrading Europe's shamefully inefficient housing stock is not optional. It is a climate imperative. Housing itself is a right. But let's be brutally honest about the market forces in the room. Without safeguards, green renovation becomes a wealth transfer dressed up as solar panels, crushing the most vulnerable households while the gains go up. And we know this story over and over, and we know exactly how it ends. We cannot allow landlords and real estate conglomerates to weaponize green renovation as a bullish excuse to jack up rents. We cannot stand while working class families are quietly erased from their own neighborhoods, all beneath a banner that leads climate progress. A just transition must mean dismantling the carbon problem without constructing a perverted problem in its place. If our green policies produce mass displacement and economic despair, we will lose the public mandate for climate action. This is why the NGO coalition support for a binding 40% energy efficiency target by 2030 is not niche. It is a contract, and that contract depends entirely on embedding social protections into the core of its directive. And we have three non-negotiables. First, strong rent controls, for the reason I've already discussed, tie directly to renovated properties. So the logic is simple. If taxpayer money or green incentives paid for the upgrade, the financial benefit must reach the tenant through lower energy bills, not disappear into the landlord's pocket. Second, direct subsidies for low-income households, the upfront cost of installation, a proper appliance upgrade. These are walls for working. We must channel revenues from the emissions trading system to fund these upgrades entirely for those who simply cannot afford to do that. Third, strict legal protections against displacement, not guidelines, not law. No European citizens should lose their home because they're building on a building. Here's the truth. We can save the planet and protect our people. More than that, doing what actually requires to the other. You cannot build durable climate movement on the broken backs of the communities bearing the worst. So we are urging you to vote for a directive that protects human dignity as it protects the environment, not one or the other, both together.
And here I'm going to ask all practical stories from the family. And I present a final page which is about about the planet and the community stars. So from our perspective, the position of the vision is still absolutely similar. And we want to say very clearly that we spoke to 40% energy efficiency target and push for mandatory driven renovation. If we keep developing the level of condition, our pollution will go back here consistently and of this. For us, this reclass directive must show that we are serious about climate reliability. At 30% of climate is CO2. It is legal with low ambition and it would undermine the credibility of the Green Deal. Our preferred outcome is 40%, but we understand negotiations may be difficult, and so we would like to propose compromise. Any compromise should stay between 35–40% for range and 30% of the. If we can agree on that, NGOs can probably present it as an investment solution and help keep discussions in this high demand. Also, our vulnerabilities are mandate is to ban or phase out the worst performance crop. We therefore strongly support your idea of mandatory innovation measures. We would like to order a view on language that applies member states to address the bottom part of the lead shop first and seeks spectacular climate with the very worst in the revision evidence. For the political narrative, the American characters, it was spending and measuring by social parameters, which is not why lower energy goods, warmer, healthier homes, closer to jobs, some preservation, you can be forced by farmer and the other individual. It will frame efficiently really not only as a climate measure, but as a direction against energy, poverty, and high bills. So our offer is simple. In a nutshell, the Commission Spain lead on policy and data renovation and their obligations for the first buildings. We will be strong civil society allies, independent package, and explaining that it delivers all climate emission and just social system. Together, we can make it between 35 to 40% is that we should realistic outcome of this industry. Thank you for your attention.
Will the artificial intelligence stay with us for lunch? No, for lunch, but then we have another after. No. But you don't want certificate, but I will still give you the certificate. It will be much easier if you stay with us a little bit longer. But lunch is, yes, lunch is there. Martin, Professor Fischkis, I have a suggestion that we start the afternoon session with the other project. Okay? No, if you agree, because, to give you, because I would have to go there, and I can't walk, they explain them, right, so yes, so we will go for lunch, the lunch.
Giorgio, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Malissimo, I'm in the train.
We are going. We are going for lunch.
But please,
Yeah, yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I hear very bad. It's worse.
It's lunchtime, okay?
So.
Okay, bye.
Well, the key is there, because people will park, the door and so, but can we make it bigger? Can we make this like, yes, thank you. Right. So we. It's like we wanted to disappear. We have another sort of.
Because without the okay,
This one.
Yes.
Medium this. Yes, because you should be here, but she's my personal princess.
Last.
We have another signature.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Mr. We talk about financial consequences of energy price, whatever the price, and then we can much yes. Will you be on this? You should be on this.
So, let's go.
Yeah. Sound.
Sì.
Mangiare è bene.
Mangiare è bene, dormire.
No,
No.
let's go.
conditional on, in your opinion?
Is it negative? It's here. Yeah, I think it's on, but I think the doors are open. It is very slow.
I think we should close the door.
Okay, so what we are gonna do, global energy transition and climate finance.
We have
Some
a
policy
speech.
vision challenges.
We have a speech.
Oh, we have a speech. Okay.
We are streaming on YouTube.
About humiliation. Journalism. It's still a student. And then now I'm gonna do the game, but it's going on student from graduation. Because they changed the equation. That I want to previous. That's why I'm waiting that. Go down. So. Now has changed a lot. How will we invest those in the and then doing that and the thing that
But the like design of provisions on the radio consistent. Don't. You know, someone. No. Do that. And just stabilize and we found most of them, like we found what you know, no chapter, no and we don't engage in studies, but we don't pay the one way. And we look at them. Because you don't want to be gentle as well. Reason.
Va bene, sì, tanto dopo.
Ciao.
Vedere.
We have another simulation. I will go because I haven't printed. So first, Professor Martin wants to give a little lecture. So because we cut it. He was going to talk yesterday, and I was we were all busy, a lot of classes and so on. So first, he's going to deliver a short lecture. I will have to do it. Right. This is, maybe I don't have enough. What you are going to do next time? I think that maybe some should be United States this time. Do you want, or you want to be China? Or so? I think that US it was 50. Now I'm just thinking. No. I'm just thinking that in elaborating my program, I have simply forgotten. How I could forget about the US. Yes, Rachele is saying that just like I'm obsessed because once I was talking about Trump, but I always say that the president of the United States, they are people of the United States, they choose. It's not me, it's not Europeans, and Europeans should not intervene because it's not. Should Yes, but it depends but I believe that main let's come to this. So there is another solution before Professor Gashinis presented because I don't let him know. You are going to be with us this time. This is the second simulation. So let's go over this. Why sorry? What's the grand son? You saw it? I saw it. I saw it. Ah, okay. So you have it. Yes, but these are the second simulation. Okay. So I thought that you should be first. Anna, with whom Anna is going to do? Anna, why don't you join the US just to change a little bit Anna's field? The girls here, will we have more people? Let's hope. So I will introduce you. So Anna will.
Zoom.
But what's repeating what I'm saying? Yes. But why? Should we start the committee of rating? I'll go to get to yes, Mr. The email you sent me.
One moment.
Why I'm talking? Someone is there. Microphone. Someone is on.
Yes.
Do we only get
ma forse
Nice team.
Also, yes. So let's see a little bit your title.
Is it like drive?
Tu mi amaš ti. Znači da
Presentations.
Then
Slow.
It's like a drive. It's I'm sending the access. Me too. But I cannot understand from where.
Stand next.
Next one.
Yes. It's not my. This is not. This is not right. Yes, yes, yes. I sit here. Okay. Maybe it's because of the temperature. Okay, where was that? Download presentation.
So before we start the next and the last activity of today, which would be the second simulation, but it's fun. Take it as something something really interesting. Professor Kraśniewski from the University of Economics in Katowice, although he is a lawyer. Right, he is going to talk. He's going to provide a very challenging lecture. Challenging because climbing goals without money. This is a very challenging topic because in many parts of your first simulation, you underline this, that this is without money. We can't really achieve many things. Neither conference. So the financial limits of the global energy transition. So it's really very challenging and nice presentation. Professor Kraśniewski, the floor is yours. And yes, make the most of this. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. Especially thank you very much for invitation and prepare very smart, very new.
You could have prepared, but maybe you were less used to this form of exercise. So therefore, I prepared, but next time is your turn.
Yes, yes. Yes, my presentation is one of point intensive school energy transition for you. I prepare presentation about global issues. Today we spoke about European perspective and domestic perspective, but I think global perspective
is important for Pison, for for Gada, for Nice friends. So it's very important. Yes. Maybe we can focus on Europe. We should look at global perspectives. I just don't have enough. I will just get so we'll leave you for the time that I will get other copies of the.
Thank you, Professor. Start. The energy transition is issues that being implemented every day, but by individual European countries and many other around the world. That national perspective is the one with which we are most familiar. However, we must remember that energy sector is also global, international and regional issues. The international nature of energy policy can clearly be see in the energy and economic crisis we are currently witnessing the outbreak of war in Ukraine, as well the blackout in Spain and Portugal in 2025 are example of threats to the European energy sector. In addition, the conflict between United States and Iran, which began in March 2026, caused seriously disrupt the transport of energy sources and other goods from the Persian Gulf region. One unprecedented consequences of this conflict was the withdrawal of the United Arab Emirates from OPEC. Today's conference attended the Professor Andreas Escobar and Professor Ignacio Herrera Lustegui, who are very familiar with the conditions of the energy sector in Latin America. In this region, consequences similar to war in Ukraine and Europe were triggered by the Venezuela crisis and collapse of the state-owned oil company Petroleum de Venezuela. Region as Europe, South Africa, Asia, different in their political, economic, and cultural and social conditions. Each region has different capabilities and different needs in relation to the energy transition. However, all of these countries are connected through international cooperation on climate change within the framework of the United Nations. Nearly 200 countries cooperate on climate policy under the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and through the Conference of the Party, COP. One of important result of this cooperation for our region is the concept of just transition and energy justice. Professor Raphael Heffron has spoke many times about this idea, this concept, including conference in Pavia. The concept of just transition connects different regions and support the achievement of global climate goals. It is also one the reason why I became particularly interested in international cooperation on the energy transition at the global level. In my opinion, this cooperation will determine whether global climate goal can be achieved successfully. The global energy transition is a process aimed at delivering the global climate goal within the energy sector. For this reason, we consider the agreement reached under UNFCCC framework to be a key determinant of both European and national energy law, national and European perspective. The current stage of global agreements, arrangements, and recommendations show that the climate goals were clearly defined by the international community during the Paris Climate Conference in 2015, COP21, the international community has reached a high level of consequences on the need to decarbonize the economy and move forward within the energy transition. However, it has not created a coherent, stable, and sufficient system for financing this transition. As a result, the main challenge of modern climate policy is no longer define the law itself. The key question today is who should pay for the global energy transition and under what rule. In my opinion, the international community has really agreed on global climate goals and on action that should be taken in short, medium, and long term. However, adequate financial instruments for energy transition have still not been properly established. This is lack of financial mechanisms may serious within the success of the entire transition process. This is why I believe that the current stage of global energy transition can be described as climate goals without climate money. Why do I say this? Let's look on result of United Nations Climate Summit, COP. We are beginning our overview of milestone with COP21 in Paris in 2015. It's a constitutional moment for international climate governance in Paris. The global community not only accepts the state of the climate, but also agreed common legal pathway forward. The central outcomes was, of course, Paris Agreement, legally binding treaty under international law. For the first time, nearly each country agreed to act against climate change within a single comprehensive legal framework. Objective of the agreement, Paris Agreement, are ambiguous to the increase in global average temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius, both per industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit in to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Paris also introduced several legal innovations, for example, national determined contributes. The agreement also linked climate protection directly within the energy transition, integrating mitigation, adaptation, and finance within a single legal frame. The international community has already answered a question of what a climate goal should be. COP21 in Paris established this global goal and defined the direction of international cooperation of climate change. But after Paris, the focus changed. The question was no longer what the goal is, but how to achieve it, what action are required, what mechanism must be created, how can parties cooperate effectively. In my view, the next climate summit after Paris, a stage in the cooperation of international community is to represent to operation COP from cause to action. This marks the operation phases of the regime. The post-Paris COP concentrated on three main tasks. First, establishing detailed rules, create mechanisms for adaptation and transparency, and crucially, building trust and cooperation among 200 parties. Paris set the target, but the following climate conference, became the places where implementation was debate, negotiate, and decide. So the post-Paris COP are about to build the roadmap for climate change. Here, for example, this COP, COP 22 Marrakesh, COP 24 Bonn, but under the presidency of Fiji, first Smile Islands developing states, COP 24 Katowice, and COP 26 Glasgow. This conference made this transition by build partnership, advancing rules, and creating mechanisms for accountability. Together, they show how global targets began to turn into concrete action. The most important next milestone was COP 28 in Dubai. It marked a new phase in climate governance. In my opinion, since the climate summit in Dubai, the international community has increasingly focused its debate on financing the climate and energy transition. The discussion in Dubai and next Baku and Belay demonstrate importance of finance support for achieving the global climate goal. And the center of this debate is one of fundamental question: who will pay and how much? During COP28 in Dubai, for the first time, parties conclude a global stocktake, a comprehensive review of progress under the Paris Agreement. The conclusion was very clearly progress exists, but currently policy are insufficient to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. The first global stocktake demonstrates the existing of scientific gap between the current commitments of the parties and the objects set out in the Paris Agreement. The gap results largely from insufficient climate finance, particularly in relation on developing countries. Developing states continue to face major financial constraints in implementing the climate action. This limitation arises from economy, technological, and industrial difference between countries and regions. In practice, this means that the greatest threat to the implementation of Paris Agreement is not only the general shortage of climate finance, but also the absence of fair and effective model for financing the energy transition. COP28 in Dubai led to the official launch of the loss and damage fund, intended to provide financial support for countries particularly vulnerable to the effect of climate change. However, the scale of this fund remains limited because the parties promote contributes exceeding only 700 million American dollar, include $100 million each from the United Arab Emirates and Germany. Nevertheless, the amount of financial resources collected at the global level remains insufficient in relation to action global needs. At the same time, COP28 didn't produce binding decisions regarding special mechanism for financing the energy transition. The parties mainly limited themselves to political declaration. A similar situation could be observed during COP29 and 30 in Baku and Bahrain. The documents adopted within the COP process indicate that the existing political declaration remain too general and still lack sufficient precise implementation mechanisms. In practice, no concrete decisions have yet been taken regarding the financial of the energy transition in sufficient region of the world. Financing the energy transition is now one of the most critical elements of international cooperation. The international community must create effective financial instrument capable of supporting the transition process on a global scale, not only region as a Europe and domestic. The current state of global cooperation on the energy transition is strongly shaped by difference between regions of the world, which generate unequal financial capacity and limitations. In the context, the historical dividing between the global north and the global South remains particularly important. For the global north, developed countries stress their leadership role, but also argue the emerging economies like China, India, or the Gulf states should contribute. They are prefer partnership with the private sector, seeing private finance as essential to reduce pressure on a public budget, but global South, however, remains the issues as a one of justice and responsibility. They demand grants rather than the loans because many already face that problems. They also stress the scale of need at least $1 trillion annually. Private sector is often viewed which suspicious as it can create new risk instead of a solution. Historically, the global north has been responsible for most greenhouse gas emission, yet it is the global south that suffer the harshest consequences from extreme weather and sea level rises and agriculture loses. This is imbalance in central to the debate on climate changing and energy transition. The legal and political question is clear. How do we ensure a fair transition when this could contribute less and bearing the great and best burden? In these issues, this issues important for national energy sector? I believe it is. And I hope we will have the opportunity to discuss during today's seminary. Professor Katarzyna has organized students' round table and next seminary panel. I would like to conclude my presentation with the exam of Vanuatu. Has everyone here of this country before? Yes? Vanuatu is a very small country. It's an archipelago on Pacific. It's an island 80 archipelago of 80 islands in the Pacific, inhabited by around 300,000 people who are responsible for less than our 1,000 of 1% of global carbon dioxide emissions. This country without army, without a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. Vanuatu is one of countries more directly exposed to the consequences of climate change, especially rising sea level. On the initiative of Vanuatu, March 2023, a question was submitted to the International Court of Justice within still very simple. Do states have a legal obligation to protect the climate? Not a moral obligation, not a political obligation, a legal obligation. One that can be enforced. In July 2025, the International Court of Justice answered the question clearly. Yes, states do have a legal obligation to protect the climate. This also means that states have legal obligation regarding climate finance and climate action. Countries historically responsible for the highest emission also bear the greatest responsibility. At the same time, countries suffering the consequences of the climate crisis may seek reparations. And the history has not ended there. On 20th May 2026, so only 3 days ago, the United Nations considered a resolution and adopting implementation this historical answer opinion of International Court of Justice. This resolution demonstrates once again that financing the energy transition is essential for achieving global climate goals. States are not only politically encouraging to act on climate change. They are increasingly legally obliged to do so. I mentioned that case of Vanuatu for one more reason. The original legal question prepared by students from Pacifics, Convenience, the government of Vanuatu, next the government of Vanuatu, Convenience, the United Nations General Assembly. Finally, in March 2023, 132 countries agreed to submit the question to the highest court in the world, International Court of Justice. This case demonstrates the extraordinary role that students can play in international dialogue on climate change. I think Professor Katarzyna too, that during next seminary session, students, you will also depend important question and ideas concerning the future of the energy transition and climate change. So it's my contact. Some more information. Thank you very much for your attention. Next, we start next global Spanish translation. Yeah.
Ideas how we can promote the similar events, but I will tell you later during when it's not on YouTube. Right. So the last event that we had, the last Martin, please help me with this. You know what I need? Like, yes, I need one. So we have one. How many we are? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
15.
15. And you said that
16.
7 groups. Excellent. So we are 16 and 7 groups. Okay. So who wants to be a millionaire? Just comes to my mind. So this is a global one. Let's go. I will come back to European Union, but United States we have point 2. China. No, you don't want China? I. Okay, excellent. China is, listen, this is a booming, you want a job, do something on China. This is a future. Yes, Pietro, just like you. Yes. So, Ni hao. Okay, perfect. So Ni hao. So give me all this United States. No, so we're at 1, 2. How many pages?
Pages. States, China, India, Baltic states.
But tell me how many pages I should get for one.
4
pages. 4. Okay. So they are China. They are you.
Me, sit there. You have a China? Yes. But we will change. We can be in a group.
Why?
Because to do something different. I mean, we can. Yeah.
Do you want to
Seven.
Right.
What? Nice.
So you have.
You get it.
You can these are the kind of.
But we can drop one, no, you're not speaking right now. China. It's super important. Go, super important. So what do we have? Where's the next one?
Next. What? How many people are there?
Right, so do it, 2 or 3, but maybe better, let's divide in 2, and then if somebody remains, because, yes. So we have global NGO. Again, so we are going, okay.
6 group. Hola.
Are you guys doing it? Do you?
No, the European Union. Who does not so, Anna is going to join you, and Anna on global. But she wants to global.
Sometimes.
Sorry.
Are you?
No. It's 5 plus.
Oh.
So we're 6 of us.
And us with that.
Can I go?
Are you want to be there?
Oh.
What? But we put it. I didn't for went to sleep because you were tired and I went to drink. Then I stayed. Yesterday was maybe a 2 that. And at 6 I was.
Do you have trousers?
Did I lost it? This was a very good point, because I have a friend, a Polish professor who was a dean of the University of Thought, Krakow, and he said, this English, they come to Krakow, they drink and then they run naked around. And I just immediately, it came to my mind. It came to my mind when I got the experience. Came to the room. Yes. Yes, because they are not used to they're not just an alcoholic, you know, when to stop an alcoholic. So what I'm saying is that this is the problem we have. I don't want to do anything. I just want to get greater analysis. Maybe you
Financial sector, Aber es war wegen der Registrierung, das Thema ist nie weit, bei nächsten Mal. Ja, so. Ja. So ist es ein bisschen. But these are the things you should write in today's.
Yes, no, yes, they are always remembered for safety, yes, yes, so what I'm saying, they also know it's just like, if somebody doesn't want me, so where did they work in services, yeah? So this is like, this is, but you can find more, so this is like, so everybody has notes.
Yes.
Yes. You just, you not how. So you can find the all of them, or one, two, or how you feel. Okay, the this is one of the how long do you want to go? Yeah, it's already works. Let's get 20 minutes to be enough on this. 20 minutes would be enough, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
non posso separar. Falou, So that's my parents said the very different that this final. It's about. Yeah,
Right now.
You come here and meet us. It's not just eat, you know, you outside.
Ci metti per vista, senza studiare. I don't know what we did, maybe it was the meeting Tuesday. I want you to tell me. No, I can say, I will sign this. Io sono chi ricordo del sopra. Gira
Za sekundeczkę wrócę.
Gabriele, Something like a part, delegation, or something decide. Delegato. Sì, delegato. Allora, che devo dire?
Io.
No. Yes. Yes, on behalf of, yes, because I'm so tired. So what I wanted to say, that for the certificates, I collected all emails, so everybody who is in Pavia, so like Gabriele, maybe some, I will find them and they can collect the certificate. I have only for the Polish guys, so obviously Pietro, I will find him somewhere, and I will find because just what? Yes, and I will find you. I will find you. I have the certificate for the Polish delegation because they would leave. So I will only do this part, and the rest I will absolutely not. I will not forget, and I will contact the via this list. The list is super important because you need this this certificate. So. So this not this is not better. Why don't you make that? If the president goes, it's not as far as the over this. We should be knowledgeable. It should be. I will keep that.
Right now, I'm bringing about bad man. Well, that's the one. Oh, don't let me start. Now I'm also waiting for the beginning of the
Okay, this was. Yes, we need to find a different value. C'è questa cosa versione che find I want to make this approach.
Guys, so shall we start the 20 minutes So what I'm saying, after this activity, I will give this certificate to these four, guests, but everybody will get a certificate, as I said, I will find you, I will bring you, this, the contact you, so I hope that all emails are right. If somebody is not from Padilla, I know that, you are not from Padilla, the rest of you who are from Padilla, so I will find you. No, just really, please come and, collect your certificate. So we will, let's finish this simulation, because we all try actually, not like a weekend present, but like, so. And of course, at 8 p.m., we have this integer Rafaela, there is dinner especially for you. So, but especially for you and only for you also, in the sense that who is in the room, you are more than welcome, and it's for you, but it's not for people from outside. Because as I said, I had very little in mind to organize this, and I have a year I could make it happen. And so just appreciate for what I cannot and what I have with my home. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's just 1 small second. You know the T-shirt that I had given to you last time. No, Pietro, but Pietro needs to get a T-shirt because the T-shirt was not in his box. I said that the guys, they have a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Who has T-shirt? Excellent. So the only thing, because Pietro was speaking and he should have this, just one small question. If the Polish guy who got the T-shirt, if somebody didn't get too small, because I have 3 L and 1 M for the gallery, so I don't have any more M. So maybe I go. Yes. Did you get my point? I have more T-shirts.
L. Yeah, that's perfect.
Polish guys, did you get M by chance?
I don't know.
I didn't check. That's excellent. Pity because you could, why don't you bring this, just put
The Pavilla.
Put the Pavilla T-shirt.
And I put
And you put the Polish one.
yes, we have to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's
So
for the photo. That's the handshake. You can have the Polish T-shirt. Like
The Pavia and Katowice.
Pavia, Katowice, really like it.
Right, so what I'm saying, so you didn't check, the school didn't check because, so maybe if you have N, this would be for the girl.
What girl?
There is a girl, it's Alessandra.
I'm not a girl.
That's what you see, it was only for those.
Who's small?
Yes.
The one only for.
Matteo si viene e viene disappointed. Guys, so who was the first? Okay, no issue. What was next? You will need if you come and deliver your little speech. Yes, you is the first. I'm sure you will do a great job.
Some very sad because we have this already, but.
Yes, but don't worry, you don't have to be completely ready.
All right, so,
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy to receive our partners in the European. And for EU, the edge is very important for language stability, to our important for the economic resilience, our social justice. And climate sustainability is our priority concern in our negotiations. and EU will play a significant role in advancing global climate action, in support of the Paris Agreement, and we operate at both multinational and bilateral level. And we're committed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And achieving this requires massive expansion of renewable energy and strong improvement in energy efficiency. And our EU law, our European climate law established the goal of climate neutrality by 2030, as well as the target of 50% less emission by 2060 in comparison with that connected. So we want this ambitious and credible global renewable energy targets, inspired by our environmental and social renewable energy targets, and for the 2.5% in the EU energy mix, and also we aim at 25%. We want to emphasize our climate governance need to be structured in terms of sustainability, competitiveness, and energy security. And this is extremely important for our EU because, for example, I can give you an example. The critical raw material is central for our EU green transition and transition, but due to our high dependence on the imports from other countries, this plays extremely with us as extremely systematic vulnerability in the global value chains. So we need to manage the interdependency with other countries. We need to reform our current existing EU legislation on climate energy. But in order to achieve these goals, we invite all parties here to work with us on a global renewable energy transition framework and to face down fossil and also to deliver clean, also affordable energy for all of us. And I will hand the floor to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. I will complement the Institute of Mechanisms of the EU. The EU approaches this summary with clear connection. The legal energy is included that the transition would succeed only if it is both ambitious and fair. Ambition alone without support and solidarity will not bring necessary political consensus. But fairness without credible ambition will not keep us within the 1.5 degree temperature goal. Our task today is to balance these two imperatives. First, in financing. We know that many developing countries still face fundamental development and energy access needs. For them, the question is not simply how fast we can be decarbonized, but how can we finance this transition without slowing growth, increasing debt, and worsening the poverty. The European Union recognizes this reality. We are already one of the largest providers of climate finance globally, and within our own borders, we have created specific mechanism to support regions and workers that are heavily dependent on coal and other fossil fuels. Building up this experience, the EU strongly supports the creation of the Global Renewable Fund. We invest a fund primarily financed by developed countries with additional resources coming from carbon credit revenues and from mobilized private capital. This fund should provide most client from rural and least developed countries and should finance not only solar panel or wind farms, but also grids, storage, shields, and plants. We also believe that it incorporated best standard transparency, accountability, and corruption, that every euro or dollar is effectively used for general climate and development. Second, technology and capacity. The EU understands that access to affordable clean technologies is essential for a successful global transition. Europe hosts many world leading companies and research centers in wind, solar, energy efficiency, smart grids, and storage, but innovation that remains locked behind borders or does not help us reach our shared goals. For this reason, we are ready to expand technology partnership, joint research programs, and capacity building initiatives to partner in the global south. This includes training engineers and technicians, including regulatory institutions, and training best practices in integration for renewable into power system. We also open to explore flexible approaches to intellectual property rules for key climate-friendly technology to be developed and most climate-vulnerable practices, while still ensuring safety, quality, and environmental standards. The message is clear. Clean technology must be a bridge between north and south, not a new dividing line. And third, and crucially, no on justice and equity. The European Union recognized that industrialized countries have contributed a large share of historical greenhouse gas emissions. We therefore accept that we have a social responsibility to lead in reducing emissions and providing finance technology. This is reflected in our own commitments to deep emission start and climate neutrality. At the same time, fairness in 2026 will mean that all major current emitters that historically developed or newly industrialized must scale their grants. If any large measures still stand, the global transition will be slower and more expensive and less fair to tackle. We do not currently have all the answers, but we are prepared to match our words with the considerations in finance, technology, and domestic emissions. Thank you.
Enough, so this is a great approach. Yes. This is what I think is very nice.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Dear distinguished delegates and colleagues, the United States arrives at this global summit with a clear and unwavering commitment to build a clean, secure, and prosperous global energy economy. The question before this body is not whether we must transition to renewable energy, but how. We must design a framework that ensures this transition is durable, sustainable, and economically viable for all nations. To succeed, our global framework must be built on realism, driven by market realities, and rooted in understanding that economic growth and climate action are not mutually exclusive. They're independent. The position of the United States is that the primary engine in the global energy transition cannot be a top-down mandate. It must rely on technological innovation. True decarbonization occurs when clean technology becomes cheaper, more reliable, and more accessible than fossil fuels. We believe that the private sector leadership is the fastest able to deploy renewable resources worldwide. The government's role is to de-risk investment, create predictable regulatory environments, and unleash the creative capacities of the market. Through pioneering initiatives, the United States is commercializing next generation technologies, including advanced energy storage, green hydrogen, carbon capture, and advanced nuclear power. We aim to export these breakthroughs globally, turning clean energy into a universal economic opportunity. I will turn to my colleague to discuss our framework and the importance of flexible commitments rather than rigid mandates.
For international cooperative framework to endure the losses of nations and the United States advocates firmly for a system of flexible commitments, rigid definition both impose on a scale to can for the unique landscapes, resource availability, and domestic political realities over all individual nations. On one side, fits for one and Christian. With the backlash, it can be well used firearms. By utilizing the principle approach, nations can set ambitious, nationally determined milestones that align their domestic capacity, ensure the long-term political stability and continuous uninterrupted advancement toward our shared goals. The United States recognizes the urgent need to accelerate the renewal of power and developing countries. However, from financing cannot reach a multi-trillion-dollar investment gap. Our priority is to deploy public capital strategically to mobilize private investments. We support robust international financing mechanisms, powerful capacity building, regulatory reform, and standardizing project pipelines and verification. This lowers target risks and attracts institutional investors. Furthermore, our approach to technology transfer centers is from protection for intellectual property by safeguarding IP rights. We foster a secure environment for continuous research and development, ensuring that innovators continue to produce technologies the world needs. However, the United States is really committed to ensuring the just transition to workers in vulnerable communities. We cannot build a clean energy future on the rules of traditional energy economies. Our domestic strategy focuses on targeted and reinvestment in energy transition communities, providing with training programs, instructor funding, and economic diversification for all oil and gas fields. Internationally, we advocate for agreements that protect local labor standards, secure clean energy supply chains against forced labor, and ensure that the economic benefits of renewable manufacturing are distributed equitably.
Distinguished delegates, the United States seeks a cooperative framework that is ambitious yet achievable, collaborative yet flexible. Let us build a framework that incentivizes innovation rather than penalizes industry. Let us rely on the innovation of our workers in the private sector. Together, we can forge an energy transition that secures our climate, grows our economies, and respects our domestic realities. Thank you.
Who is next? Who's next?
That's yeah, that's what's it here? Okay, so that is in again.
Before changing the group, you write, I didn't connect, but this was a great deal.
Okay, so in China, this solution is one of the most important global trends today. We support the developments of renewable energy, and we already cooperate with other countries. However, we also believe that the transition must be realistic and expert. Every country has different level of developments. That is why one global solution cannot work in the same way for everyone. China's priority is to increase renewable energy, protect energy security, support economic growth, and support social problems. We want ambitious goals, but they must be possible to achieve in practice. Our position is simple: yes to renewable energy, yes to cooperation, yes to technology transfer, but not to unrealistic targets that would turn development and stability. China supports the global energy transition, but it must be realistic, fair, and based on cooperation.
We agree that renewable energy should grow very fast because climate change is a serious global problem. China is currently one of the biggest investors and producer for green technologies such as solar panels, batteries, and speeds energy equipment. So at the time, the energy transition will mean sudden restrictions and damage reduction, jobs and social and stability. We need a balanced approach for renewable energy, more innovation and more international cooperation, but also enough flexibility for countries with different levels of development. So our group can support the global renewable energy target that be better security. We access 50% of global energy by only 35 as a compromise. The 40 target is below because the world's needs stronger climate action, but 60 90 countries from the local countries and countries. They feel the targets on whole or also close. China can support 50% by the flexible small efforts. This means that every country should contribute, but not every country has to know that's exactly the same speed. Local countries should move faster because they have more money, better technology, and so our people agreements get strong is important that if we at the sea possible, countries will not follow this. Yeah. Here. So I will be talking about financing, and I will repeat a little bit of answers that there should China believes that the financing is one of the most important part of the agreements, and we are thinking that the developing countries need money to get renewable energy, modern grids, and network strategies, green technologies, and yeah, without financing, climate goals will stay simply on paper. We start creating a global renewable fund, which will be financed mainly by developed countries. Developed countries have more resources, but they benefited from the most. China also supports public-private partnership, and carbon markets release, but this mechanisms cannot replace the financial support. And our proposition is that developers should pay more. And let's go to the technology transfer part. We think the China thinks that technology transfer should be based on cooperation and mutual benefits. Clean technology should be more available to the developing countries. Of course, we are selling the most of the renewables to these countries, so we want to sell it even more. We sought joint research projects, capacity buildings, programs, international partnerships. But we must also respect innovation and industrial development. Technology transfer cannot be charity, but of course we need to invest in the global climate security. And as our statement, as Mateusz said, we can agree on the energy targets by the by the renewable energy target provided at 50% of the 2035. We want also flexible national communication because some of the countries have different situations, and so we need to communicate very well. And also, we want global renewable funds, mainly financed by the developed countries.
So a few words on justification. We people of the Republic believes that the nation must protect workers and local communities. So many people are still depending on all heavy industries for just fossil fuels. And if the transition is too bad and heavy now, people may lose jobs, energy prices may rise, and speculations may move. So that's why China supports working with many power, local protection program, and economic transition plan. And this transition means that people should not be left behind, and the energy transition to create new opportunities, not only new sectors. For China, the transition must protect three key things: energy security, economic stability, and employment. Climate goals are important, yes, but they must be connected with the real social and economic condition. If people lose jobs or energy becomes too expensive, public support for the transition will become weaker. So we also believe that the fossil fuel regions need special support. These regions should receive money for new investments, new industries, and new jobs. Workers should have access to training so they can move from old sectors to the new green sectors. And in our opinion, the final agreement should be ambitious, yes, but also realistic that China can provide 50% growth renewable energy target by 2035. And this target is strong, but still possible to achieve if countries cooperate. This target should be supported by financing, technology transfer, and strategic network. Developed countries should provide more financial support so they have more resources and historical responsibility. Developing countries should receive help with infrastructure, technology, and training. The energy transition cannot be only about economic targets. It must also protect energy security, economic development, and employment. If we want countries to really follow these agreements, it must respect different national situations. So China is ready to cooperate, but the transition must be based on fairness, flexibility, and shared responsibility. So our final position is clear. We support renewable energy and climate action, but the transition must be realistic, totally fair, and economically stable.
Just one picture. See this?
Yes.
You're right, you were absolutely right. Immense. And it was a great idea to change the groups. I didn't get the yes.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I address you on behalf of India, a nation committed to sustainable development, universal energy access, and fair global transition. Our objective is clear: denounce the rapid deployment of affordable clean energy, guarantee energy access for all, and ensure the rest of the bedrock of climate justice. Achieving this requires not only ambition, but predictable, concessional, and well-designed demands, and a multinational architecture that serves developing countries equitably. First, let us be clear about priorities. Universal electricity access, resilient last mile distribution, and off-grid solutions for remote communities must be financed as public goods. These investments are not marginal. They underpin education, health, livelihoods, and human dignity. Private sector alone will not provide universal access or adaptation for those most at risk. We call for a material increase in grants and concessional lending dedicated to energy access, resilient mini grids, and social protection linked to transitions. Second, to mobilize private capital at scale, we need stronger blended finance and real estate instruments. Multilateral development banks, national development banks, and export credit agencies must coordinate personal facilities, guarantees, currency risk hedging, and long-term inflationary debt. So bankable renewable storage and grid projects can be financed in emerging markets without the cost of unsustainable fiscal growth. Third, make clean technologies affordable and globally sustainable. Concessional finance, full procurement, and scale-up support for domestic manufacturing will reduce equipment and deployment costs. Financing must explicitly support local value chains, workforce training, and technology licensing so countries can build, operate, and maintain systems affordably over the long term. For investigation capital for strategic systems, grid resilience, storage, green hydrogen, and industrial carbonization. Through private-public partnerships with concessional transfers, public guarantees and market creation cases, and robust project preparation facilities. These are capital-intensive endeavors that require long tenures and predictable returns to become viable. Fifth, operationalize climate justice in finance. We need a strongly funded loss and damage mechanism, scaled adaptation finance, and silver climate fund, large enough to protect vulnerable households, reskill workers, and finance community transition programs. Predictability of flows, multi-year commitments to clear deadline timetables, matters as much as influencers. At the same time, India urges the reform of the global financial architecture that supports climate investment. Bretton Woods institutions play a central role, but long-standing concerns persist. Insufficient voice and voting share of emerging economies, overall reliance on non-concessional instruments for vulnerable borrowers, and conditionalities that constrain policy space and development priorities. If we are to mobilize manageability for the transitions, these institutions must evolve. They must have an increasing representation for developing countries, expanding concessional windows to comply procedures, and prioritizing grants for adoption and energy access. We also call on multilateral banks and the IMF to rebalance instruments towards appropriately financing concessional projects, to scale project preparation facilities, and to streamline access so funds reach projects without excessive delays. Conditionalities should respect national ownership and safeguard public investment in essential services. And where working mechanisms, carbon pricing, or border network are used, they must include transition support, technical assistance, and exceptions that protect development objectives. Finally, deliver technology partnership and capacity building tied to finance. Affordable licensing, joint R&D, industrial partnership, and workforce development must accompany capital, so technologies can be deployed at scale and sustained globally. Let finance packages include clear provisions for transfer of know-how and local manufacturing support. India stands ready to cooperate constructively with the EU, China, the Gulf, the United States, and all the NGOs present here, and all of our partners. We welcome investments in renewables, storage, grids, green hydrogen, and agriculture, provided these investments are paired with conventional finance, technology access, and a step of national development priorities. Let this summit service promptly targeted and blocked by the scale grasp assets and adaptation, coordinated blend finance platforms, expanded concessional windows, and governments reforms in developing countries are real seat at the table. Rapid decarbonization must be financed fairly, match condition with equity. Provide the grants, national capital, de-risking instruments, loss and damage resources required for energy access, affordable renewables, and just transit living. If you align finance with justice and reform institutions to be more inclusive and responsive, we will build a cleaner, more prosperous future with a lead slow country limits. I hand over to the colleague to speak more about it.
Thank you. Thank you. As my colleague has mentioned, that an ambitious environmental framework is completely unviable without a check and how the world shares its needs. This brings us to the core structure and bottleneck of this summit, technology transfer. We have electronic organizations regarding the existential threat of climate change, yet to advanced systems require a safety scale mass nationality, ranging from the long duration grid batteries to the next generation green hydrogen catalysts, remain heavily concentrated within the proprietary commercial frameworks of Western corporations. Let us be completely clear, India does not take a research stand out of lack of climate awareness. Our nature is on the accelerated influence of this process. We are already experiencing record-breaking heat waves that erode 4 to 6% of our GDP annually, erratic monsoons and devastating cyclones. When these severe waves strike, electricity demand spikes exponentially. Simply to keep our citizens alive, we have aggressively scaled up renewable capacity past 190 gigawatts. But because the global north treats advanced grid storage treatments as private corporate secrets, we cannot store their power for when it's used up. To prevent catastrophic grid failures and protect human lives during climate disasters, we are forced to rely on traditional domestic coal infrastructure. We are trapped in a vicious cycle created by global inaction. To demand that developing nation instantly phase out its baseline energy security to meet strict arbitrary requirements, Delta and Western capitalists, while systematically holding the technologies required to make our grid stable, is the textbook definition of climate colonialism. It forces the global south to bear the immediate physical cost of crisis it did not create, while the global north lost the solution behind the corporate framework. For this summit to achieve a successful agreement, the final declaration must codify concrete structural pillars on technology. India demands a comprehensive plan-bound framework granting patent waivers for essential climate regulation and energy storage technologies. India possesses world-class manufacturing sectors and exceptional engineering talent. We do not require foreign entities to manufacture these systems for us. We demand legal flexibility to produce this critical technologies domestically. We must move beyond the rhetoric capacity building programs, workshops, and technical seminars often championed by the EU. The bottleneck in the global south is not the lack of scientific expertise. What we require is the transfer of tangible documents, industrial knowledge, and open source technological architecture. The delegation from US and EU advocating for renewable energy timelines. India's willingness to scale up its vast power is directly proportional to the legal guarantees of technology transfer and grant-based financing established. If the technology remains long behind intellectual property values, developing nations will maintain a reserve stand, relying on our existing domestic energy infrastructure to ensure baseline grid. Excellencies, these plans are legally drawn. India desires a successful outcome, but our reserve stand is principled stand. We will only sign an agreement that respects human equity and sovereign development. We will not accept aggressive global renewable powers unless they are legally bound to grant these global renewable fueled by historical emitters. We will not accept carbon credit trading as substitute for direct financial developments from the global south. No. And we will not compromise on our domestic stability while advanced technologies are loaded for corporate profit. Choice before we develop nations is C1, choose to protect short-term corporate monopolies and financial insulation, or choose to genuinely cooperate for global survival. Open the technological toolbox, fund the transition to direct public wealth transfers, and build an energy transition that is fully just, fully inclusive and fully global plan.
But India, China, US, that I forgot, already sold out for the next conference. We need to find a new city, birds commuting for with the renewable resources or the energy transition in general in the US. And we do forgo.
Okay, well, in particular, I'm looking to it now.
You have the choice.
Yeah, thank you. So, hello, honorable delegates, so our group will discuss the challenges faced by fossil fuel dependent companies in the global energy transition. And while we obviously acknowledge that renewable energy is necessary, our countries with revenues and stability and social justice depends on oil and gas, need a transition that is gradual, fair, economically realistic. So I'm focusing on Saudi Arabia in general and the Gulf in particular, while my colleagues will represent Venezuela and Kazakhstan respectively. Okay, so for Saudi Arabia, for example, in the Gulf, the Gulf states have mostly adopted a similar framework to align their economy, the economy that's heavily dependent on fossil fuels with just energy transitions. So while we, the Gulf states in general and Saudi Arabia in particular, we recognize the urgency for global energy transition. We understand that also, the dependence on fossil fuels is unsustainable, especially in the future, and we are already actually investing in renewable energy like hydrogen, carbon capture, innovation, and economic diversification. So, what do we mean by carbon capture? It's capturing carbon dioxide emissions before they reach the atmosphere and cause global warming. And what do we mean by using hydrogen? So, we know that renewable energy can reach excessive amounts, especially during the summer, or because we have plenty of sun for solar energy grids, and we have excessive energy. Solar energy, we can store it, and this energy is used to.
This is the problem, the storage.
Yeah. So yes, so we are having, of course, problems in storing the excess carbon dioxide, and also we're using the excess renewable energy to split water atoms into oxygen and hydrogen, and we're storing this hydrogen to sell it in the future. But our region, as the Gulf region, is facing environmental issues, and this transition could exacerbate these issues. Also, global justice, economic stability, and climate resistance. So the Gulf region is suffering from food shortage. We depend heavily on desalination because we don't have fresh water. We only have salt water, and Gulf states use fossil fuels to power air conditioning. We use approximately 4% of air conditioning around the world. So transitioning into a more environmentally aware system can harm our social justice, our water desalination and deployment, and cooling system. But also we are facing extreme heat, water scarcity, food insecurity, and additionally our hospitals also schools and universities depend on cooling systems that are powered by consumers. So if transition policies reduce our revenues too quickly, we already have to adapt And we wouldn't have alternative economic sectors that are strong enough, that this will make our ability to protect our people in these severe climate pressures. So this is why we argue that a just transition must also be able to fortify our economy. So a sudden loss of hydrocarbon revenue would not only affect gas and oil companies, it would create economic strain on the public budget. Therefore, we're focusing on economic diversification. This is our survival strategy. We are trying not to only depend on oil as Gulf states. So, for example, Saudi Arabia by 2023, we have a vision and other advanced countries are doing similar initiatives. We are expanding beyond hydrocarbon sectors, clean energy industry, technology, tourism, logistics, education, and innovation. But this transition will take time, skills, investment, and stable public funds. And we also invested seriously in hydrogen and carbon capture, as I have explained previously. And we are also planning not to only export fossil fuels, we are aiming to export clean energy in the future. And with the help of carbon capture, reducing emissions in different regions. Okay. So in conclusion, we're asking you, we're pleading for a flexible, orderly, and socially just energy transition because we're not defending fossil fuels. We're trying not to depend on it too much, and we're actually defending a responsible path away from it. Thank you so much.
As we have heard from other energy producing economy, the challenge is not simply reducing emissions, it is managing transition without destabilizing economies. Kazakhstan brings a unique perspective. We support climate transition, but we emphasize that transition must also be a strategy for diversification, infrastructure development, and long-term economic resilience. Kazakhstan does not oppose the global energy transition. We have committed to carbon neutrality by 2060 and support the expansion of renewable energy. However, the transition must recognize different national starting points. A country whose economy, infrastructure, and employment is still connected to fossil fuels cannot transform overnight without serious economic consequences. Kazakhstan's concern is that the rapid global decline in fossil fuel demand could reduce public revenue before alternative sectors are strong enough to replace it. This would affect investment, infrastructure, public services, regional development, and employment. The Kazakhstan energy transition must therefore include economic diversification, not only emissions reduction. Kazakhstan's long-term goal is to diversify its economy beyond oil, gas, oil, coal, and raw material exports. The energy transition can support this goal if it creates new industries, including renewable energy manufacturing, hydrogen, critical minerals, processing, battery value chains, and low-carbon infrastructure. But diversification requires time, investment, technology transfer, and stable international partnerships. Kazakhstan has significant renewable energy potential, especially in wind and solar power. However, renewable potential alone is not enough. Large-scale deployment requires grid modernization, storage, investment protection, regulatory stability, and technical capacity. Kazakhstan therefore calls for international support for infrastructure, not only pressure for fossil targets. Kazakhstan sees hydrogen, especially low carbon and green hydrogen, as a possible future export in the industrial development pathway. Hydrogen could help Kazakhstan use its renewable potential, develop new industries, and maintain a role in global energy markets as demand shifts away from traditional fossil fuels. However, hydrogen requires infrastructure, water management, certification standards, and international markets. Kazakhstan also supports carbon capture, utilization, and storage where it is technically and economically viable, especially for hard-to-abate sectors. Carbon capture should not be used to avoid transition, but it can reduce emissions during the transition while protecting industrial stability and energy security. Kazakhstan's power system still depends heavily on fossil fuels, including coal,
A sudden coal phase out without replacement capacity, worker training, and regional support will threaten energy security and social stability. Therefore, coal reduction must be sequenced with renewable deployment, grid upgrades, storage, and social protection for affected workers and regions. To conclude, Kazakhstan's position is that the global energy transition must be ambitious but realistic. We support renewable energy, hydrogen, and carbon reduction. However, transition must also protect revenue stability, employment, energy security, and social cohesion. Therefore, Kazakhstan calls for a gradual investment-based transition that helps resource-dependent economies diversify rather than destabilizing them. Thank you.
Okay, honorable colleagues, distinguished delegates, today I speak on behalf of Venezuela because it shows vulnerable and harshest side of the energy transition. Unlike Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, Venezuela is not only fossil fuel dependent, but it is also dealing with poverty, with weak public finances, sanctions, and economic instability. Venezuela matters because it proves that the energy transition is also a poverty and stability issue, as it all revenue disappears because the country has diversified a transition to deepen unemployment, migration, and social crisis instead of creating adjustment. Venezuela recognizes the urgency for global energy transition. Climate change is a real and serious challenge, and all countries must contribute to building a cleaner and more sustainable energy system. However, this condition must be fair, gradual, and realistic. For our country, fossil fuels are not only a source of energy, they are also the foundation of public revenues, employment, national development, and social stability. Therefore, the question is not whether we should transition, but how we can transition without creating economic collapse, poverty, and instability. The first major problem is revenue loss. Venezuela's economy has historically depended on oil exports. Oil revenue supports public services, infrastructure, employment, imports, and social progress. The second problem is social stability. A rapid decline in fossil fuel revenue could lead to unemployment, inflation, and social unrest. Alongside with all this, the third problem is unequal responsibility, as many developing countries build their wealth through fossil fuels over many decades, and it would be unfair for them to imagine with the development of fossil fuel exporters immediately give up their resources without providing finance, technology, and compensation. Therefore, our country has three main characteristics. The first one would be obviously the economic diversification. We do agree that fossil fuel dependent economies must prepare for the future. However, Venezuela needs to develop new sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, and clean technology. But at the same time, diversification requires investment, stable revenue, skills, training, and access to international finance. The second priority is a gradual transition, as we cannot support sudden fossil fuel phase outs that would ignore national circumstances. For Venezuela, economic diversification is possible, but only slowly with outside support. The country is still heavily tied to oil. Oil exports finance about 58% of the government budget in 2024, and also for around 17.5 billion. This means that if people pass all demand to us, then will lose the money. It would need to invest in agriculture and renewable energy and work retaining. So our argument is that the poverty makes diversification are not less necessary. The country cannot afford the post-oil economy while its main revenue source disappears overnight, and poverty is still very high, and with poverty still being very high, and inflation pressures continue. And rapid fossil fuel phase out the Wilson already mentioned. Therefore, Venezuela would request a gradual transition and international diversification funds and investments in realistic sectors such as agriculture, food production, basic manufacturing, electricity infrastructure, and labor, hydrogen, and carbon capture. A country that depends heavily on oil revenue needs more time to support the country with a diversified economy.
And therefore, we call for a cooperative framework based on gradual transition, economic diversification, investment in habitat carbon capture, and plan to support for countries who most export to revenues. Thank you.
Innovation into the public servant. Who is next? Yes. This is the last one?
Yes. Oh.
You wanna continue? She's all right. I'm gonna grab this one and work this one. This is soft. Okay. I'm gonna take, I'm not gonna take this. All right. Yeah, I'm not taking You.
So.
We are in
Your domain here and email, because for the certificate, we really want this. You didn't give your email to Elnas. Yes, us. Because Elna said at 5 o'clock, she's too tired. You know, I haven't slept for night, for days and for nights. Still surviving, it's fine. Okay.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. We stand here today as a collective voice, a global coalition of NGOs who represent the millions of people who are no longer willing to wait for the future to be negotiated away. For years, we've heard the language of transition echoed in the halls. We have seen the headlines promising net zero and the sustainability, but we have also seen the data and we've heard the testimony of communities on the ground. We are here to say clearly, we are no longer satisfied with the promises. We demand the performances.
Now we're talking about directly over the the age of procedures is not just a policy it's a human rights capture. This feeling creates climate that make the existing inequalities of our world sharper and more dangerous. Our generation's currently is non-negotiable. The total came out of opposite pools. We cannot negotiate it with models of ethics. Every new product is unlocking that changes us to align the extractive energy model. Strong binary renewable energy target. We need a transition that is sustained and cannot profitably. This is not enough to simply and renewables. We must aggressively decide on creating the producing a structure that is shaping our atmosphere.
So we are really concerned by the gap of free motion that has become the default defensive mechanism for those protecting the stuff. Okay. When entities talk about net zero, while simultaneously investing in new extraction, there is no pathway to sustainability. It is not necessary. When corporations are safe, highlights a single number of ingredient, while ignoring the systematic destruction of their broader operation, they are not leading, they are solving. Greenwashing is our way to progress because it provides political cover to delay concrete necessary action. So it misleads investments, confuse the public, and still the time we do not have. So we are watching and we are recommending from this day forward, any claim of progress must be backed by transparent, verifiable, and comprehensive data that covers the entire life cycle of energy production.
Good evening, everyone. So finally, we must critically address the leadership of the transformation. Just transition is not merely a rhetorical device. It's an absolute mandate. We cannot and will not permit the replication of the colonial and extractive models of the past. Social justice and the protection of indigenous rights must serve as the bedrock of all energy policy. Indigenous peoples have served as the stewards of our lands for millennia. Yet we observe that with profound concern that their fundamental rights are frequently disregarded or compromised in the precipitous pursuit of green energy resources. In collaboration with organizations such as International Network of Civil Liberties Organization and Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, we assert that true justice necessitates the adherence of the following indispensable principles, like concepts where no project shall proceed without the documented free, prior, and informal consent of the communities whose territories and livelihoods are directly impacted. So about the accountability, so the primary burden of this transition must be borne by those who have historically afforded the greatest profits from the current climate crisis, thereby shielding vulnerable population from disproportionate hardship. And finally, equity. The dividends of the new energy economy must be accessible and equitable distributed, ensuring that they are not monopolized by the same elites who proceeded over the year of fossil fuel dependence. Thank you very much.
We have a demand. But so our coalition is not only here to be provided similar, but we are here to co-sign on the catalysts. And we demand that governments move beyond the rhetoric of ambition and deliver on the mechanics of survival. We are currently at this prime time out and fully under the roadmap that favors also secures, scales renewable integrity, and centers human rights in every decision. The era of follow commitments is over. The era of action begins now. How would you like to have to work this case?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. You just in between.
Yes.
Well, so at 3 o'clock there is dinner in Tigella Bella. You can get dressed. You would what?
Don't we have to?
What?
Don't we have to show the video?
Ah, yes. So just put.
Just 2 minutes.
Yeah. Just put. But I want the last Polish guy who didn't speak. I did say, Matteo was quarreling with me, why I didn't get t-shirt.
I'm joking.
You need to have a project.
Yeah.
It's the Polish guy who didn't speak. If he doesn't speak, he won't get a t-shirt. So who was the Polish guy?
Okay.
No, you're not. You are not. What they are?
Here.
Ah, who didn't speak last time? They were two.
Yeah.
We're speaking.
Come here. Come here. What's your project? What is the project?
Aspetta, vabbè, non devo fare. Io vedo.
Ah, certo, sì, che non so che fatto.
Allora,
And tell us 1 minute about your project. What you were talking about? You were talking about energy poverty last time. Come here. So how about this energy poverty? Can you? Come here. What's energy poverty? Come here. What is it? What's energy poverty? Explain then what's energy poverty. Am I right that he was speaking about energy poverty like?
So maybe I will send a presentation.
No, who doesn't speak will not get a gift. So you come here
Maybe I will send the presentation.
You have a presentation?
Yeah, I can send, but I need 2 minutes.
No, you have 1 minute only to say what's energy poverty.
Okay.
So tell them what's energy poverty. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm Michael, and I'm the circle for the scientific association of the Just Transition in Poland. And I will talk a little about energy poverty in Poland. So, with the energy poverty, we have a little bit problem because it's hard to define the energy poverty because when we are looking about the energy poverty, it depends in which perspective we are looking. And in Poland,
energy poverty in general, who defined energy poverty, because for the very long time there's no definition. There is a sort of a definition. Tell us a little bit about this, and that's it.
In Poland, we have a few categories of the energy poverty. This is measurable by the main Polish statistic company, and in Poland, we can say that it affects like probably 18% of the Polish population, and yeah, I think it's probably.
Okay, so this is about what you were a little bit more about European document, because for the very long time, and this was the problem at the European level, we didn't have a definition of energy poverty. Recently, we do have, but it's just a little bit complicated, this definition that finally doesn't clarify too much. So if you okay, you've retired, this would be for a different conference. He spoke, this is your present. This is your present, guys, Polish guys, I don't know. Yes. Second one, it's not finished. Maybe yesterday I made a mistake for the Polish guys because maybe somebody got an M for the girl who is not here, but she attended the conference. So if there is an M and you haven't opened, please, I'm going to give you another one, just that you dress yourself. There are two L. If there is one N, just simply don't open. If there is no N, just bring it to me. I will exchange tomorrow. Okay, so here is this. The girl is not here. I need to because I lost some bucks that they were presents. So I don't have it, but she's not here, so I can give her another time. There are a few other awards. Unfortunately, we don't have for everybody. So what I just we don't have, but you were excellent. You know, the Indian girls, Madison, the Kadeja, Ghana, everybody's dead, but you were so good. You know, Kazakhstan, and you were so Anna, super. But we don't have, you know, just the prices and so on. It's really a sort of discriminatory process because I can make a choice. So, and I don't want to make a choice because I like you all. So I would like to give to all of you. So what we have two, Martin, come here. So they are two T-shirts. Yes, but let's give me this, and of course the girl will get. She's not. Yes. This would be the end. So we have two T-shirts. Unfortunately, they from Poland that they brought. They are L. So what I'm saying, the life is unjust in general. So I wanted to award, so one was going to be for Mateo, who came to Poland, delivered a very interesting presentation and so on. However, he didn't really attend the school. He attended the only morning essentially. No, Mateo. No, so initially Let me explain. Initially, it was for Matteo. Initially, where's Gabriele? We need Gabriele. Ah, right. Right. So initially, this T-shirt was for Matteo Della Casa, who delivered a great presentation. But today we are not talking about what was in Poland or somewhere else. Today we talk about who came, who was present, who did a good job. So I don't have something delightful and just, and I would like to give to everyone because everyone deserves. But we have here one girl, a Chinese girl who came from Bologna. She was from Bologna. Okay, so I know that it's going to be up to your, well, very long because it's L, but it would be a dress. But for the attendance of this scene, I will. Another issue, again, it's a fun story because Gabriele and Maxon are inseparable, and the T-shirt is very, very big, and they are not so big. So I have one T-shirt for both of them. I'm just only showing this in front of this. So for helping me and for all support, they will get one T-shirt for two. However, this is fun story, just like, because I also want to too much. I don't get anything, but because at one point I lost the Pavia box like this. This is the Pavia box. But this is the Pavia box. I will bring, once I deliver the certificate, I will bring also a bag for Gada. Guys, I don't have really presents, so please just watch.
I heard my name, but I didn't know.
Yes, you will get a Pavia bag as for attendance, but once you get the certificate. So, our administration printed this several times. So I know this is the girl who is presenting here. Mateusz Cieślik. So we signed it in all examples, so maybe you can read it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Another one is for Bartosz Bieniak. Again, we signed everything, several. Another one is, this was for Alessandra. Michał Press. Yes. Also, so guys, if by chance you have medium, so this is for, this is for Zgoda, but this is big. So did you understand my issue? So if all are L, one needs to don't open. If you find F, just don't open either, and just dress in L because you need L. So this is for the girl. And now we are listening to her presentation because I said, if you don't talk, we don't award you at all. So Gada will get it. Okay. So after this, is it going to be 2 minutes?
Yeah, 4 minutes.
Yes, 4 minutes. Okay, so let's listen to this because the idea was Martin. So the idea was right, but as I said, each of you all together, all separately, you should be awarded. So I understand. I simply don't have, we organize this with sort of very, very, and a big, as you know. Okay. So let's, it's only, and then we will close this school and we meet in the evening. So I hope it was fun. I know that was tiring, but you learned something, you were playing, and is it true?
Yes.
Yes, but.
And where do I have this list? The list is, no, but I have the list that Elma's provided and she sent me via email. So this is the present for, right. No, because you didn't understand. It might be a mistake because for Elma should be Elma.
They understand, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Because we can hear like this, it's too low.
We can hear.
Wait.
No, but if you
Today, I'd like to talk about the connection between deepfakes and the energy transition. Deepfake is one of the most terrifying examples of AI usage. It happens when a fake photo or video is created and sent out, usually containing a famous or influential person's image. This type of content is being created in order to confuse receivers. Creators of deepfakes may want to gain fear or anger, but that's not always the case. In order to understand better why deepfakes can be a problem, we need to talk about how does it work. We have two main ways of machine learning, GAN and VAA. First one stands for Generative Adversarial Networks. It was created by Ian Goodfellow and his colleagues in June 2014. GAN is made from two neutral networks, a generator and a discriminator. The generator tries to create a realistic fake data such as images, while the discriminator tries to distinguish examples from the real ones. During training, both networks compete with each other so the generator becomes better at producing convincing outputs. Then we have variational outline products made by Delta Kingma and Max Rowling in 2013. A VAA is a generative model that learns to compress data into a smaller rational representation and then total facts. Unlike the standard outline models, it learns a probability distribution into a Latin space, which allows it to generate a new sample for a sample from that distribution. VAAs usually produce smoother and more restricted outputs, but they can be less sharp than GAN-generated results. Deepfakes are dangerous because they are one of the most important things in society. Trust is extremely important because people still believe scientists and experts. The energy transition is already a difficult topic. It includes changes in energy prices and technologies, renewable energy projects, and sometimes causing commerce or reducing fossil waste. Those changes can create fear, confusion, or even resilience. Deepfakes can make this problem even worse. For example, imagine a fake video of a politician saying that only renewable energy will make electricity much more expensive, or a fake recording of a scientist saying that climate change is not true. Even if the video is proven to be false, many people may already believe it. It is called the virus evidence, and people said that on everything, even daily information. In the United Transition, the influence public opinion. People may start opposing wind farms, solar panels, nuclear power, or climate crisis because of fake information. Deepfakes can be also used to damage the reputation of companies investing in clean energy. The technology is very important part of the topic because it goes in two directions. On one side, technology creates deepfakes. On the other, technology can help us techniques. But technology alone is not enough. People also need digital education. We should learn how to question suspicious videos, check sources, and avoid sharing emotional content quickly. The final important point is law. Deepfakes are developing faster than legal systems, which means that many countries are still trying to decide how to regulate them. The law is necessary because deepfakes can harm individuals, sometimes in society. In the energy transition, fake videos can influence elections, public consultation, protests, and decisions about energy investments. Legal rules should make it clear that harmful deepfakes must be labeled and be punished. Platforms such as social media websites is also correct quickly will take out stress. At the same time, the law must protect multiple freedom of speech or artistic usage of AI. Another important legal solution is transparency. If a video or audio is created by AI, people should know about it. It is especially important in politics, science, and public communication. Frankly, critics are serious threat to the energy transition because they can spread misinformation, which threats and manipulate public opinion. If we want society to support clearer energy, we also need to protect people from digital manipulation.
So thank you. Yes, I just wanted to say thank you ever so much for your engagement. Thank you very much. I know it's very hot here. You're very tired. I see your faces. So I'm extremely grateful for all your commitment, for all your hard work. So thank you very much. And I just end this school. I hope that you enjoy it and we meet in Tigella Bella. Everybody knows where it is?
Yeah.
Yes? Who doesn't know where is Tigella Bella?
It's right.
Yeah, where we had coffee. But you haven't been, you know where Tigella Bella? Anna, excuse me.
Can I close everything? Can I close everything?
You know? Yeah?
Nothing.
You can't attend, but I take your name for the certificate, so I will provide you. I will provide.
I do say you don't sorry.
I will sign and
Oh, no.
thank you very so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you for hard work. Yes, thank you.
And
I just want to be here.
I close the call.
no.